Whoa!
Couldn't find my headphones just now. That was a weird experience. Suddenly realized I couldn't hear anything, and then I was like, why isn't my head being compressed by something? It's always being compressed. Oh, because my headphones they're across the room. Yeah, we're having one of those days. Which, you know, for me is just kind of, it's kind of every day, you know? This is the life that I lead. Cookie Mama, how's it going? DFW Dwegham. There, of course, is Dr. Rhino. How you doing, man? All the shit, yeah, the metric ton of, I have a lot, like a shopping list. A honey-do list, if you will, that I gave to Rhino for this year's Adepticon. It's one thing. It's two instances of one thing, but it's one thing. How you doing, Dr. Rhino? It's good to see you, man. Desert Owl, welcome in. TikTok. No, we don't do TikToks around here. I don't know what you're talking about. Project Dark Fox Data Nerd Romeo Void Happy Heretic. Holy moly. If it matches this, that's perfect. That's exactly the red that I'm looking for. I have been looking for, it's no secret. I have been trying to find a decent hoodie with the Brotherhood of Nod logo on it since I was 13 years old. And you can find, like, you know, online printed stuff. I guess more recently in the last, you know, handful of years, you can find lots of stuff where it's like, we'll take a logo and we'll put it on anything. But those are always kind of cheap, you know, and they're never exactly what I want. And all the hoodies tend to be the pullover hoodie as opposed to the zip-up hoodie. So I asked Data Nerd earlier if she could take the Brotherhood of Nod logo from CNC 3. I think it's 3. That's the one where they added the little phalanges on the corners of the triangle. I'm pretty sure that's 3. It's the best looking version of the logo. So I'm gonna go ahead and get me a hoodie with that on the breast and then on the back, so I can walk around and it'll be like my beacon of nerddom. You know, other nerds will see me coming from ways off and go, yeah. Peace through power, brother. Praise the holy green crystal. Cain lives in death. I'll be walking through the mall, like, you know, shopping for something with the wife, and there'll just be this voice in the distance, Cain lives in death. Be like, no, peace through power. Yeah. That's not a great thing to say, honestly. People would think I was in an actual cult at that point. Ooh, hang on, let me squeeze some lemon in my tea here. Squeeze a little bit of lemon in the tea using my right hand because I cut the shit out of my left hand today. I mean, yes, it is a cult. It is a cult, Project Dark Fox. A terrifying terrorist cult, but not a real one, and it should not be represented as such. These days, people might grow concerned. With my right hand, because yeah, you know that curved X-Acto blade that I use for cleaning up flash? I just right into my finger earlier. I was separating models from their bases. I've got all my Maelstrom's Edge models separated from their bases, and they're being put on new bases now, and we're gonna start painting them tonight. But yeah, I just immediately took super glue and smushed it in there, and man, super glue stings. Like, it's done a great job. It's stopped the copious bleeding. It sealed the cut up real nice, real clean, but man, does it sting. Holy moly. Wookiee's wife. Oh, man. You'd get along with my wife. That's always what she talks about when Chewbacca comes up. She's like, I just want to date him. I'm like, really? Okay. And likes Cain because he's bald like us. Yeah. It has nothing to do with the Tiberium. I just admire him for being a powerful bald man. Joe Kukin, Dr. Rhino, and myself. We're 3 Ps in a pod. They're basically the same person. No fooling, my mod channel of the Discord that nobody can see except for my mods is called Brotherhood of Mod. I am a simple man. I see the opportunity to reference Command and Conquer, I take it. Give me I'm letting my tea steep just a wee little bit longer here. And we're gonna drink it and then we're gonna start painting. That's our plan. How's everybody's weekend going? need to get Nod shoulder patches for when I go to matches sometime. I'll tell you right now, I don't know, like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, I got back onto one of my, like, perennial, Command and Conquer kicks. Like, a real bad one. I go through the same process every single time. And these days, I forgive you, Dwecom. It's okay. Red Alert is great, but it's not. It's no Tiberium universe. It's the same process, particularly now that the remasters are done for the originals. I play Command and Conquer 1 maybe like 6 or 7 missions in, and then I'm like, I'd rather be playing Tiberian Sun. And for whatever reason, I skip past Tiberian Sun and I go to Command and Conquer 3. I think it's because it's the most modern, and CNC 3 really is a well put together game. And I'll play through that, and then by the end of it, by the time I get through that, and I play Kane's Wrath, and when I'm playing Kane's Wrath, I'm like, I remember all the Tiberian Sun stuff. It's great. Like, we got the Titans are back in, the Wolverines are back in, they reintroduced the old-looking Nod infantry instead of the Nod militia. Like, you know, it's all Tiberian Sun-esque. You fight in red zones like you did in Tiberian Sun. And then I go back and I play Tiberian Sun. This is the final step. Not technically the final step. Hang on. I'm getting ahead of myself, because after CNC 3, I always give Command & Conquer 4 one more try. I always go to Tiberian Twilight, and I'm like, maybe it's not as bad as I remember. Maybe it's okay. Maybe I'm being too harsh. I've mellowed in my old age. I have achieved the ability to judge things less, with less bias. And maybe I was just really upset. Maybe time has no, it sucks. It's fucking awful. That game is bullshit. I am freshly astonished every single time that I try Tiberian Twilight that EA fucked that game up as badly as they did. And I'm under the impression, please, if anybody knows the story behind this, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm under the impression that, because I just learned after this latest playthrough of CNC3, I just learned that they did a multiplayer patch on it years ago. It must have been before my last cycle, because I'm playing CNC3 and it's kicking my ass. I'm like, I beat this game on hard like numerous times. What is going on? It is just whooping me. Particularly when you get to the scrin and they have those awful long-range flyers that just shoot blobs of murder goo in a big broad arc. I hate those things. But so I guess they did a multiplayer patch on that. And I'm assuming based on that Tiberian Twilight, CNC4, was an attempt on EA's part to be like, we're going to be into big league esports. Because it plays like a game that was designed to be like a competitive multiplayer mobile game. That's just everything about the game design says multiplayer mobile and wannabe esports. The art direction is all cartoony. So, like I said, I'm guessing that's what it was. And God, it's such a piece of shit. It is unbelievable how bad Tiberian Twilight is. Which then, okay, we're on the last step of the cycle, second to last technically. The second to last step of the cycle is I go from CNC 4. I play like 2 missions of it, and I'm fucking done. And I go back to Tiberian Sun, and then I remember, all at once, it's like, it's like you pull aside the curtains in the morning, and the sun isn't blasting directly in your face, it's slightly to the side, but everything is perfectly idyllic, and the fresh air comes in, and you, oh, that's right, this is what it means. This is what it means to be alive. This is what it means to enjoy my life. This is the experience of turning on Tiberian Sun for me every single time. I'm like, this is Command & Conquer. This is like the perfect Command & Conquer game, minus some kind of antiquated control schemes, admittedly, and some quality of life features that I wish it had that CNC3 does have, but so much else about it is still better than CNC3. I love Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun. It is an amazing game. the writing, the visual design, the animations, the music. It's so good. It's kind of ridiculous. And I was watching a movie. It must have been last month. The wife put on Turbulence 3 High Voltage, which is a terrible movie. It's this really stupid movie about a concert taking place on a plane that gets hijacked by evil cultists. And there is literally a character who is a secret Satan cultist who has been planted as a member of the media overseeing the concert, who then pulls a gun and betrays them at the last second and reveals herself to be a cultist. And I'm like, there's something about her. There's something about this actress. Something's going on. Like, what is the connection that's happening in my head? I can't quite place it. It's the same woman who played Oksana Christos in the FMV cutscenes for Tiberian Sun, who, if you'll remember, was posing as a member of the media at the assassination in the beginning of the game, who then pulls a gun and betrays everybody in the name of supporting a cult leader. Like, it's the same role. It's a bizarrely specific role. And it's the same one. It's very, very strange. Automat, I don't know any of the cutscenes from Tiberian Twilight past like the opening cutscenes. I haven't watched any of them. I've heard the story's awful, and I don't care to know the ending of it. I wasn't really a big fan of the direction the story went in the later missions of Command & Conquer 3. I thought the Skrin were not the best realization of the aliens that they hinted at in Tiberian Sun. And they also did away with all of the weird Tiberium, terraforming that was happening in Tiberian Sun. If you remember, the red zones in Tiberian Sun were... like, Tiberium did so much weird stuff. Yeah, the creatures, too. The Visceroids, the mutants... The No Fox to Give. I remember the No Fox to Give would roam around the Tiberium fields shooting Tiberium crystals out of its back. Oh my god! Oh, it's No Fox to Give. How you doing? Welcome. Maybe I was thinking of Tiberium Fiends. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. I suppose that's possible. Fox, welcome in, man. Thank you so much for the raid. We're just getting started over here. How was your stream, my friend? Painterly Git, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Oh, Arkudaki, I don't even look anymore. People keep trying to get me too, and I don't want to call anybody out, and I don't want anybody to feel bad. Like, if you like Star Trek Picard and you think this new season is great, watch it. That's fine. I'm not going to judge you. I watch terrible things, but stop trying to convince me to watch it. Star Trek Picard was so awful, and I'm not going to watch season 2. It's just not going to happen. It's not ruined, though, Arkudaki. The TNG still exists. Building the Nakmund terrain and Legionnaires. Interesting. Very, very interesting, No Fox to Give. If you feel like putting some pictures up in the Storm Report, man, I'd love to see them. But yeah, we were just talking about... I go through a cycle with playing Command & Conquer games, and... As I was just saying, the thing I noticed the most when I go back to Tiberian Sun is because there was the Tiberium Riparius, there were the Tiberium would mutate trees into these weird crystal spore pods that would spit more Tiberium out. There were the vein holes, the really uncomfortable ground buttholes that would cough up or fart clouds of Tiberium and had those horrible veins that would grow out and lash at your troops if they walked over them. Those things give me nightmares, man, as a kid. There were the Tiberium Fiends, there were the Visceroids and the Greater Visceroids, there were the Tiberium mutants in general. They're just not in CNC3 so much. There's one instance of mutants in CNC3. It's in the Temple Prime mission. You have the opportunity to capture a mutant hovel and you can make mutant commandos when you're playing GDI attacking Temple Prime. That's the only instance I could remember or see in the game, having just replayed it, of any reference to those old Tiberium ecosystems. There's like some vague references to it in Kane's Wrath. They put back in a few of the like the weird spore towers, but they don't do anything. They're just cosmetic. Oh, we're gonna be painting, Grim Nation. We're gonna be painting here real quick. Gear Falcon hitting that resub on a hot streak. No less. Gear Falcon, welcome in, dude. Good to see you. Thank you so much for your support. Speaking of TV, might have to rewatch Punisher now that it's on Disney Plus. God, I liked the second season of Punisher. The dude, what was his name in Punisher? His buddy who turned out to be evil. I can see the actor's name. I can't remember the character's name now. It's like Billy or something like that. Either way, he is in that show Shadow and Bone on Netflix, and I like that show. I like everything in that show except the main characters. The main characters are terrible, and all the secondary characters are super duper interesting. It is a bizarre dynamic. I finally watched Spider-Man. You Can Never Go Home Again, or whatever the fuck they named the third one. That's such a weird naming convention. Let's just put the word home in every title, and I guess people will just know that they're all related. I suppose. It's very strange. I don't know why movies can't just be like 1, 2, 3 anymore. I guess that's not cool. I guess that's not hip. It's not what the kids are doing. I don't know. I have no clue. I tend to sit on movies for a while before I pass any sort of judgment on them. Because 1, 2, and 3 were Toby. That's fair. That's fair. They did Spider-Man 1, 2, 3, and then they had to do Amazing Spider-Man for Garfield, who nobody gives a shit about. And I guess they just decided they're going to put Home in the title for the Holland trilogy. But I forget which one comes first. A lot of the time, I think it's a poor naming convention. I hope that they don't continue that. I tend to let movies like that kind of sit for at least 24 hours and think about them before I judge them, but I gotta say, I don't think I liked it very much. I think I enjoyed... I can't say that I don't like it very much. I don't know. I'm having trouble with my opinion on this one, because, like, I enjoyed the parts that I feel like I was supposed to enjoy. Like, I enjoyed the action. I enjoyed the punching. I think the movie peaked when Green Goblin grabs Spider-Man and he chucks him into the air, catches him on his shoulder, and then power bombs him straight down through like 4 floors of an apartment building. I'm like, that's it. That's it. End the movie now. We're done. That was great. Kind of everything after that was just like, okay. I liked seeing Tobey Maguire again as kind of like the wise older Spider-Man. You like you like Garfield's movies, Kursala? You like the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man movie? I watched them again. Just now, before I watched this movie, I watched Andrew Garfield's movies again, because I had that Command and Conquer 4 Tiberian Twilight moment. When I was just like, okay. Maybe I'm remembering them too harshly. Let's watch them. I hate them. They're terrible. The lizard is incomprehensible and idiotic. The Spider-Man is a douchebag. The whole scene in the first movie where he discovers his powers is Spider-Man committing a series of assaults, one of which is a sexual assault. And it's supposed to be, like, funny and endearing, but it's just like, dude. What? Like, literally, he accidentally rips a woman's shirt off and then proceeds to beat the Christ out of the guys who rush to the aid of this woman who just had her shirt ripped off in a subway by some weirdo. I don't understand how that scene is supposed to be endearing. I don't get it. It's awful. I think that Garfield's performance is fine. It's okay. The action is fine. The second movie, Electro, is dumb. That Dane DeHaan, I think is the actor's name, who plays Harry Osborn. He's forgettable. There's really just... There's nothing going on. There's nothing going on in those movies that's really worth talking about. And then... Oh my god, Kursala, your opinions are so bad. I don't know what to do with you. Kurosawa, what can we do? What can we do? Do we need like some kind of Spider-Man re-education camp that we can put you in or something? Because holy, you don't like Tom Holland? You don't like Tobey Maguire as Spider-Man? No, he did not mention the dancing. People give the dancing scene a lot of shit. I don't mind that scene. I think it's funny. And it is admittedly, it's like Raimi trolling the audience because Sam Raimi's a big goofball, but you have to remember in that scene, this is not Peter Parker being cool. This is Peter Parker acting like what he thinks is cool, and he's a big fucking nerd. So what he thinks is cool is super cringe. Wearing black and listening to jazz and dancing to no music. I chuckle. I do. There are many, many things about that movie that are much, much worse than the dancing scene. Not a fan of Tobey Maguire. I'd say generally not a fan of Tobey Maguire, but I thought he did a really good job as Peter Parker in the context of Raimi's writing. Hey, we're talking about Spider-Man, Hamburg. I'm finishing my tea. I'm almost done with it. And because I just watched the new one. You hate Holland. I can see not being super enthusiastic about Tom Holland. What is it about Tom Holland you don't like? I'm curious. I think he does a pretty good job. Again, for the writing that he's given, I can't see anybody doing it better, necessarily. Yes, Automat, and you're a giant nerd, but I mean, I was just talking about how I'm getting a special Brotherhood of Nod hoodie made, so what room do I have to talk? I thought he meant the Dutch. Like Amazing One, not so much too. It's interesting how polarizing these movies are. I don't think any of them are like... None of them are terrible. Except maybe Spider-Man 3, but there's a story behind that. I think Spider-Man 2 was the peak. Spider-Man 2 was peak Spider-Man. It had problems, but none of the problems were great enough to take away from everything that it did right. Also, if you haven't seen the extended cut of Spider-Man 2, you should go watch it. There are some funny extended sequences in there, including one where J. Jonah Jameson, he gets brought Spider-Man's suit that was left in the trash. There's a scene with JJ wearing the Spider-Man suit, jumping around his office, pretending to shoot webs. It's funny as hell. That's fair, Crossbow Roof. If you're just not a Spider-Man fan, then none of it's really going to tickle you. But yeah, this latest one was just... I guess my biggest problem with it, as I watched it, was just, like, I could picture the writer's room. Like, I could hear the conversation going on in the writer's room as they were writing the movie, and I could tell it was like, we need this to happen. We want to bring these villains in. How do we make that happen? Like, they started with... They started with the conclusion and worked their way backwards to the premise, and it was sloppy. It was so sloppy. The whole movie depends on Doctor Strange basically being a completely different person than he's ever been in any other movie, and kind of a dumbass. And then the logic of the end resolution was like, what? Literally none of it made any sense. Not even in the wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey, magic-y way that they wanted it to. It's like, that... What? Huh? You know, Desert Owl, that moment was... It wasn't that much different. It was the logical extension of the moment from Spider-Man 1, when he's fighting Green Goblin, and you remember he's fighting Green Goblin, and he's holding on to the cable car full of kids who were on, as we have all been on, their late-night chauffeured school field trip at 11 p.m. to the rivers of New York. I don't know what those children were doing there late at night. Literally nothing about that scene makes sense, but it's Sam Raimi. We move on. But he's holding the cable car full of children in one hand and the web in the other, and Green Goblin's beating him up, and the guy throws the brick, you know, and then there's all the guys on the bridge, and they're like, hey, we're from New York. What are you gonna pick on Spider-Man? He's trying to save a bunch of kids. What are you doing? Like, you know, it's that scene taken a little bit further in the next one when they see his face and they're like, look, here, have your mask back, dude, it's okay. and them realizing that this is basically a teenager who's zipping around on webs and saving themselves. Oh, almost certainly no Fox to Give. I thought they fit really well, though. I enjoyed them. It doesn't matter what they were doing. Yeah, let's just not... let's just not ask that question. What were those children doing there late at night? On a cable car? What? Huh? Yeah, because I remember all the marketing leading up to Spider-Man. Do you remember that terrible song? Who did that song? It was one of those awful, like, 99 through 2003 bands. Like, I don't know why I can't think of any of their names. Very Nickelback. Was it Nickelback who did that song? It might have been. You know, that fucking, and I believe that a hero can save us. You know, that fucking song? That was on the Spider-Man soundtrack. You don't remember it now because nobody played it ever again. That was Nickelback? Fuck. I was thinking it was... I was thinking it was just some knockoff Nickelback, but that was actually Nickelback. Yikes. It wasn't the band Nickelback, it was just the lead singer. Oh, well that makes no difference to me. I draw no distinction. That man's name might as well be Nickelback. Mr. Back to his work associates, but Nickel to his friends. That might be his name, Dark Fox. That very well may, in fact, be his name. I have... we unfortunately have no way of knowing. Nick L. Back. That's perfect. Mr. Nick L. Back. Yeah, I got a package here for Mr. Feet. Mr. Bob A. Feet. I absolutely have to order more gloves after the stream today, or I'm going to run out. Yeah, music was in a bad place around that time, Happy Heretic. A couple of good bands and a couple of good movements came out of it. Nightwish was kind of at its peak at that point. That was good. Metallica wasn't. Metallica was doing, like, stupid soundtracks for Mission Impossible 2 at the time, I feel like. Toby Keith was really popular. Ooh. Oh, God. Remember when everybody turned on the Dixie Chicks because they were like, I don't know if endless war is a good idea. And they were like, ah. Oh, no. No, why'd you go and... Oh. Why'd you go and write that, Happy Heretic? I just heard that in my head. So, yeah. We're going to go ahead and paint up some of these here angel minnows tonight. My camera's a little dark, isn't it? Put it right about there. How about that? That's better. We're going to paint up some of these here angel minnows tonight. They should be a fairly simple paint job. They got some pretty neat sculpts on them. And I will be painting these new crystal bases that I've been 3D printing. I would have them magnetized to my usual painting grip, but I don't have washers to go on the bottom of them because I ordered some and they got here and they're the wrong size, so I had to reorder. We do like our endless wars. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Yeah, the bases are pretty nice. You can see a few of them here. I think that they're a big improvement. I got the industrial ones for my Hyperion Foundation done as well, and I thought I might show you guys here. So there are faction objectives in Maelstrom's Edge. Just an extra objective you get for playing a faction. You can get extra... Like, you can choose either to get extra command points or victory points for them, basically every round. The one that is included in the main box for the Hyperion Foundation is a targeting uplink drone, or a satellite uplink drone. And they give you this in the box to represent it. It's just a cardboard standee. Looks like this. It's like, okay, well, that's nice of them, since there isn't actually a model for it. About 4 years ago, I made a model for it. I only have... I only have one piece of it left because I cannibalized the rest as I was making the new one. Here are the tracks that I made for it using... This is just plastic card, and you'll recognize some Games Workshop bits in here, and then it's just jammed with putty in the bottom. Like, this is where I was about 4 years ago. But I went ahead and just modeled one up. Check that out. I think this came out pretty good. The treads all look good. They look fairly separate. They'll look good when painted. Got this little rotary shotgun thing on one side. Got a little dish on the other. A little 3D printable objective. Just to kind of zazz up the game board a bit. Came out pretty good. And this will go on one of these here 46mm bases, because Maelstrom's Edge is made by psychopaths who insist on having bases with odd measurements like 46mm. They have another one that is 54mm, and I said, fuck you! And I made those bases 55mm because other games actually use that size. I regret even making 36. I should have made them 35. In fact, you know what? I might go back and change them to 35 just so you can use them with something other than this. Because 1mm doesn't make a difference. And what sort of madman says he's going to use 36mm bases in any game? That's... What happened to you? You like it to Square? I'm so glad, dude. Next month, I'm going to be taking a proper swing at getting caught up to the rest of the D-Scene designs that Project Dark Fox and Jungle Plague have been spitting my way. I've got these 2 sets of bases and the I would show it, but it's all out being painted in my shop right now. The shipping container terrain that I've been working on. Those are my projects for this month. That'll be done by the end of the month. Next month, I'm going full in on getting those mechs done, because again, I'm hoping we can get those cast. I'm hoping we can get those cast in SioRes. I'm really excited for that. Gonna get in on the Warzone Eternal Kickstarter when it goes up. Dino Man Matt, tell me what that is. It's been so long, I don't even remember what the Dixie Chicks actually said, Grim Nation. I don't think I even cared at the time. I remember my parents were... let's just say my mom was really into Dixie Chicks, and then someone on the news told her not to be, and then she wasn't. Is Dr. Rhino still here? I did a little tower, a little dice tower earlier. That was my initial run of purple dice, my new run of fancy purple dice, and then your snazzy blue Rhino dice. I need to find out what other streamers have got their own dice and make sure that I get all of them. Collect the whole set. Alright. We're going to be doing some oil painting tonight. Let me go ahead and get some white spirits going. I'm excited to see what you do with it, Square. I really am. I hope you like the dice, too. Yeah, Blue Rhino, but not like the propane tank company. What would Yee's dice, like, he doesn't have a logo. It would just say Yee. You know what? I'd use them. I would. I also got some of this gambling Galkid. They're gel alkyd thinner. I'm trying not to get too complex with the oil painting, trying to keep it simple, but this is apparently the best way to thin those oil metallics. So we're going to be trying this out when we paint the Hyperion Foundation, because I'm going to do true metallic metals for a little while, just to kind of get back into the swing of things. I've been doing non-metallic metal for a while. I need to take a break. Do something else, you know? Oh, they'd have Sparky? Oh, I would get dice with Sparky and his little eyebrows, you know? Kind of doing this number here. War Duck Miniatures. War Duck Miniatures, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Welcome in. How was your stream? Stefan, KBH, and Wacky's Creations, thank you so much for the follows. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Welcome in, Raiders. We're just getting started, and we are very happy to have you here. What were you working on tonight, War Duck? I didn't get a chance to... That was your 4-year anniversary? Dude! Congratulations, man. I hope it was a fantastic stream. Alright, I need some dioxazine purple. I need some ivory black. This is going to be my base. Had a real good stream, and I am glad to hear it. Jaeger 1979 and Pork Belly, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. 4 years. That's awesome, dude. Gave away some Star Wars X-Wings. Yeah, you've been doing a little bit of Star Wars lately, haven't you? That's pretty cool. We're ideally going to be giving some Star Wars away here ourselves in the near future. We're currently counting down to the big 2K followers. And when we get there, I am going to be painting... Did I not put him on my desk after the last time I had this issue? I'm going to be painting the limited edition Star Wars Celebration Legion Vader, and we're going to be giving away these 2 oil-painted Legion Vaders that we've done as part of that, along with a good number of our new snazzy Thunderhead Studio dice, as soon as we hit that goal. Star Wars minis are always fun to paint for me because I don't have to think about what color I'm doing anything. I'm just like, what color was it in the movie? Let's do that. Let's just do that. I don't really have any interest in putting my own mark on the universe, you know? We're just getting ready to do some oil painting over here. I'm gonna put down a little dioxazine purple. A little ivory black over here in the corner. Country Girl and Cavster, thank you both so much for the follows. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Warzone Eternal is an 80s game being relaunched. Sci-fi war game set in a diesel punk 1,000 years from now where corporations and a brotherhood fight each other and an invading alien race that turns human into necromutants. That sounds like Mutant Chronicles, doesn't it? Doesn't that sound like Mutant Chronicles? Yeah. That is Mutant Chronicles. Oh, fuck, okay. I didn't know it was called Warzone. I know about Mutant Chronicles. Oh, man. I did not realize they were relaunching that. That's exciting. Mutant Chronicles is a cool fucking setting. Warzone, the mass miniature battle version of the game. Alright. Well, shit, yeah, I'll get in on it. We're going to be trying a number of new games this year, including the upcoming Cyberpunk Red Combat Zone. And Mantic is getting ready to release their 2nd edition of Firefight. And I think I'm going to give that a try, because I've already got enough models for it, between my Veermen, my Enforcers, and my Forge Fathers. So I think we're going to try some Firefight and see how it is. If it, with its rebalanced rules, is a viable alternative to games like 40K, I'm gonna push it. I'm gonna push it on people. I'm gonna make people play it. Let's thin down this base and get our pre-glaze done. And we're going to be basing with a mixture of ivory black and dioxazine purple for this real deep, like, midnight purple base. Thin that down plenty. We want this as lean as we can get it since it is just the pre-glaze. Let's go ahead and get this on. I'm very interested to check this out. They're re-releasing or rebooting Mutant Chronicles. I mean, yeah, color me interested. I did not realize that was happening. If you've got a link to it, feel free to put it in chat. Feel free to put it on the Discord. That way I'll actually be likely to see it. Want to do Marauders or Plague? Dino Man, they've been teasing new models for Plague. Because some of the old Plague models were pretty derpy, and that's honestly what stopped me from getting them originally. But the new models are really nice. And their new, like, Firefight warbands that they're releasing, they have them for pre-order now, are very reasonably priced. I went ahead and had them send me the GCPS Firefight starter box. Whenever that releases, they're going to send it to me. But as part of painting my Maelstrom's Edge figures, I'm also going to be getting my Dead Zone figures redone. And, yeah, we'll give Firefight a try. Because I don't want to go back to 40k. I don't want to go back to 40k, but Mantic is a big enough company, they write... Here's the thing, Mantic I trust to write really good rules, because they almost always do. Let's make a little bit more of this. Need to assemble and paint my Warpath minis. Get a huge amount of Forge Fathers and Enforcers from the Kickstarter. Crossbow Roof, do it along with me, man. I'm going to be painting some Forge Fathers. I'm thinking... So I need to do another set of bases for my Veermen, but these bases, the crystal bases, I think will be good for the Forge Fathers. Right? Because they're dwarfs. And they like minerals, and these could potentially be minerals. They don't have to be glowing green crystals. We can paint them as something else. We can make them red or whatever. But yeah, I need to paint up some Forge Fathers as well. So paint them with me, man. I told you before, I'm really trying to just get into the army painting mode where I don't so much worry about every little detail and just do some tabletop quality paint jobs in oil. Well, that's what we're going to be doing for Warpath as well as Maelstrom's Edge. I'm just trying to get armies painted. Not worried about winning any competitions here. Which I don't know why I even mentioned that. I never enter competitions. It's not like it's not like that's a real concern of mine. War Duck Minis, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a fantastic stream. Please go do some aftercare, man. You never have to apologize for raiding and running around here. You've been streaming. Go stretch your legs, get yourself something to drink, kick back, relax. Have a good evening, my friend, and thank you again so much for your consideration. Thank you for bringing your people in. MPG competitions? Oh, yeah. I was thinking about it. Because I've watched a few of them happen, and they've got me thinking, like, that might be a good place to do some painting competitions where it's, like, really the only people who are going to see what I'm doing are other painters, which I'm more comfortable with. Hey, what's up, Hootie Hoo? How you doing today, man? It's good to see you. Hyper detailing all the time. Yeah, I know. I get a little obsessive. Could we pretty please get a shout out for Hootie Hoo, boys? Ladies and gents, let me tell you, if you're in this chat right now and you're like, I'm here because Thunderhead talks real good and he's got a good voice, which is what people like to say about me, I got nothing. I got nothing on Hootie Hoo. This man's voice is like, it's like enjoying... If your ears were capable of consuming like a nice dark chocolate, sea salt, fine caramel macadamia cluster. That's the culinary equivalent of the Hootie Hoo. Not many painting, but some art going on over there, as well as a nice bit of variety streaming, and one of the more adorable VTube avatars I've ever seen. If you don't mind me calling it adorable, that might not be your preferred adjective, but it's what you're gonna get for today. One of the only streams that isn't a VTuber? What? Oh, there's lots of relatively average folk. Come on. In honesty, there are way more VTubers than... I didn't even know what VTubing was until Hootie Hoo kind of clued me in. I certainly didn't understand what a movement it is. Holy crap. So many people use VTube avatars for streaming. It's pretty neat. It's all in all an interesting culture and an interesting practice. Not something I personally am inclined to do, but I thought it was much more niche than it turns out it actually is. Adjust the spot there, and we're good. Only got 4 others. Mix up a little bit more of my base here. And hello to you, White Wolf. How you doing? It's also a competition in name. It's a challenge to push skills depending on the round's focus. Yeah, and that's kind of what I like about it, is that it's not just pick a thing and paint it and we'll tell you if it's good, but it's like pick a thing and paint it according to a theme. And I can totally dig that. Pick a thing and paint it with some guidance. Just mix the rest of this dioxazine up. Hey man, there are worse things to be addicted to than getting paint jobs done, let me tell you. That's the kind of affliction a lot of us wish we could make ourselves have. Tonight is Polish food. Ooh. What you lay it on us, Roland. What's the menu? A little thick still. A little thick. I've still got leftover corned beef. The wife bought like 4 corned beefs that were corned and made all of them. Bought 4 beefs and corned them all. I love me some St. Patty's Day leftovers, tell you what. Pierogi, kielbasa with fried cabbage. Ooh, you're speaking my language. Kids don't like corned beef? That is astonishing to me. I've enjoyed corned beef as far back as I can remember. It's always been one of my favorite, like, holiday meals, if you will. Mattia Hurd. Mattia Hurd. There's so many ways it could potentially pronounce that. I'm gonna call you Matt. Matt, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. But yeah, lots of new game systems I'm looking forward to trying out this year. Warcaster still has me, and I'm trying to get a lot of stuff done before their next Kickstarter ships, which it looks like it's going to be shipping, like, soon, like next month. And I'm trying to get a lot of stuff done before that happens, because I went in hard on their Eternus Continuum. And I'm going to have a lot of metal and resin to paint when that gets here. Some really cool models. I don't know if you guys have looked at the latest Kickstarter from Privateer Press, but oh my god, the models. Oh my god. I might pull it up. I might show you, because there's such neat figures. Wait till I get this glaze done to do anything of the sort, though. Just 2 left. It is Mattia. I go by Mats. Thank you so much for the correction. Matt it shall be. Well, Die Hard is a Christmas movie. The Fugitive is a St. Patrick's Day movie. Techno Sugar, come on, let's not do this. Die Hard is not a Christmas movie. It is a movie that happens to take place on Christmas. I challenge its right to claim being a Christmas movie. It's not about Christmas in any way, shape, or form. Is this the most meaningless and pedantic point I could possibly make right now? No, I could think of more meaningful and pedantic, or rather more meaningless, less meaningful, and more pedantic points, but admittedly not many. It always gets regarded as a Christmas movie. I have never bought into it. I love Die Hard, don't get me wrong. It might be one of the greatest action movies ever made, but it ain't no Christmas movie. No, Datron, just referencing the fact referencing the fact that it happens to take place on Christmas by saying things like ho 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 does not make it about Christmas. Now, maybe I'm a hypocrite. Maybe I am, because I would then turn around and argue that Gremlins is a Christmas movie, despite similarly not having much to do with Christmas. Arguably, I think Gremlins has more to do with Christmas than Die Hard does. At least the plot revolves around gift giving. It is about family. Both of them are about family, but Christmas isn't about family. Christmas is about selling products. Come on. Who are we kidding? Plot revolves around a Christmas party. That could have been any party, though. It's fine. It's fine. You can call Die Hard a Christmas movie if you want. I won't try to talk you out of it. I'm just not buying it. Personally. Though I am personally going to thank Nanotanks for that resub. Man, thank you so much for the support. Thank you for all of your support. How you doing, Nanotanks? Alright, let that glaze kind of... I'm going to go ahead and apply a little bit more to our initial one. Let's just go on extra thick. We're going to pull a lot of it off anyway. Get that stain in there real good. Get that deep purple. Oh, the flies are hatching outside and I hate them. I gotta do something about the flies this year. I don't know where the hell they all come from. But every year, man. I mean, they literally come up out of the ground where they laid their awful little young the season before. I put out traps, and I spray, and I keep everything clean, and they still just... Oh, they bug me so much. Sphere, how are you? Welcome in. Fair enough, Automat. Fair enough. I will die upon this anthill. And thank you for getting that shout out done, folks. Definitely go give Sphere a follow if you haven't already. A paper towel. All right. Now we're going to do indigo and ivory black as the glaze for our bases, so let's go ahead and get that done. Moving right along. Rogue Tech scares me. I've tried to play Rogue Tech a few times, and it's always just like, it's too much. It's too much for my feeble little brain. What is there? Did somebody put, like, a sign on my back? When I wasn't looking, like back here, instead of saying kick me, it says raid me? Because that seems to be what's happening today. Busy Builder. Thank you so much for the raid. Thanks for bringing your people in. How are you doing? How was your stream? I hope the answer to both is good. Or rather, well, and then good. Because I think, like, grammatically that would make more sense, to be fair. Let's grab some ivory black and work it in here. I don't know why I put so much paint down when I did this. This is being very wasteful, and now I have to thin it a bunch more than I would otherwise have. I don't know. I don't know what I'm thinking half the time, folks. 3 whole rate, yeah, right? It's a little unusual. Busy Builder, how was your stream? You're probably folks trapped in.
I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
I can, and I will. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and get this glaze put down on our bases. Using purple, gonna highlight in yellow, gold. No, DFW Dweghom. This time, we're going almost all purple for the angels themselves. They're going to be purple and magenta, and then the only real clashing color we're going to have is green for these crystals. Working on a Klingon cruiser from the motion picture with a full light kit. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. That like one of the big, like, Vorsha cruisers? Like a B9 battle cruiser? When you say cruiser, I'm assuming you don't mean Bird of Prey, since that's more of a gunship. Radiant magenta on top of dioxazine. That is sort of my thinking. Keeping it simple. Though I might just desaturate the dioxazine for the primary body and then save the radiant magenta, because what I want to do is a little bit of a glow effect in the eyes and the mouth with magenta. But I kind of need to move that into the warmer spectrum. Well, then we're gonna try it. You haven't steered me wrong yet, Grim Nation. You will eventually, but you haven't yet that I know of. Anyway. Either way, welcome in, Raiders. You wonderful, wonderful people, you. And thank you so, so much for bringing your people in, Busy Builder. Again, I hope you had a fantastic stream. I'd love to see what you were working on if you care to share it with us. You can go ahead and pop a picture over into the Storm Report if you'd like us to go ahead and show it towards the end of the stream. Oh yeah, D7. Why was I thinking B9? What's a B... Oh, I know why my head went B9. It's because... I know why. It's because I've been doing pre-supports on like 30 different base files, and I'm using B9 Create to do it, so my brain thought letter number, and it filled in B9. Oh. Oh, brain of mine. Yeah, D7 Cruiser is what I was thinking of. The really detailed D7. Okay. From the first film. The one that almost nobody ever watches. Though for my money, I think the first movie's among the best. It was, you know, it was before they decided that all the Star Trek movies had to be action movies. I don't think audiences were really ready for Star Trek the Motion Picture. Hey, what's up, Voxel Forge? How you doing today, man? Hamburg Tack, thank you so, so much for the biddies. Two engines and the head neck assembly so far and a mess of wires. The fact that you're lighting it is really exciting. I definitely want to see that, Busy Builder. If you feel like sharing works in progress over on my Discord, I would be honored. I would love to see them, and I'd love to keep up on the progress. So I'm gonna make sure that I'm getting updates when you post to like Insta and whatnot. Please STO now. Oh, playing STO. Oh, that makes more sense. That makes way more sense. I never, like, I've played Star Trek Online, I played it for a while, but I don't know, it just didn't keep me for whatever reason. I don't know what it takes for an MMO to keep me anymore. I pretty much just try to avoid MMOs, because I had a bad experience with getting, like, well and truly addicted to WoW back in the... it would have been Burning Crusade. Nah, not Burning Crusade. Was it Burning Crusade? What was the one with the Blood Elves? That was Burning Crusade, wasn't it? Either way, I played that one a lot. Way too much. And then after that, I was like, let's just not do MMOs anymore. Hextech get posted to an ogre group you're a member of. First of all, ogre fucking rules. Secondly, really? That's cool. A ship fanatic, so it's all Spaceship Barbie for me. You and Sumitha are both really, really into the starships, and I can respect that. Big celebration because the new ships in Picard are actually STO designs that got canonized. It's nice that they're having multiple designs of ships in Star Trek Picard, because I remember the confrontation in the final episode of Star Trek Picard Season 1, where it was just a copy-paste of the same ship model over and over again, as if the Federation were a war fleet of identical designs. Is that a stupid thing to be irritated about? Probably. Did it bug me? Yes. Believe me, I've been irritated about dumber things. I've been completely ignoring any details on that voxel. I have this attitude these days, Voxel Forge, when anything new is coming out that I'm excited about, I just ignore it. Because the experience of getting focused on other things and then suddenly remembering that this amazing thing is coming out the day before it actually comes out is fantastic. It's much better than waiting. And drinking in hype. I should print a board cube. It would probably be... First of all, I'd imagine there's plenty of files out there for it, but it would probably be pretty easy to rig up a board cube model with just a bunch of internal green lights. I mean, all they have to do is do Homeworld again, but prettier. Like, I don't think anybody's really expecting that much innovation. At this point, we're all so drunk on nostalgia. That's what they should be selling us. Just, don't pull a Command & Conquer 4 like we were talking about earlier. Where you don't understand what it is that your fans are playing the games for, so you completely screw over all of them simultaneously. Yeah, there you go. It's like being at a restaurant, leaving for the bathroom, and coming back to find your food has been served mere moments ago. It is. It is lovely. Same with movies I'm excited about these days, too. I just pretend like they're not happening until they suddenly happen, and then they're a pleasant surprise. It's kind of like if I don't see a friend of mine for a couple weeks, on some level in my head, I just kind of assume, oh, they probably died somehow. And that way, when I see them the next time, I'm really excited. I'm like, oh my god, I thought you were dead. Yeah, it spawns some kind of awkward conversations, but, it's a very pleasant experience on my end. God damn you, you little fly. Oh, I almost got him. Oh well. There aren't many, but they come to my office because it's the warmest place in the house. I'm doing some thorough spraying. Thankfully, we still have a few freezes left this month, so these little idiots are all going to die fairly quickly. Hell, we're supposed to get snowed on like crazy tomorrow, which is nuts because it's like 65 today. Eschew object permanence. Yeah, it only leads to disappointment. I'm surprised that EA or the Corpo devs aren't just making an old game again. All I have to do is write more, new story, and do a graphics upgrade. I mean, that's what they're doing with Dead Space. EA is literally doing that with Dead Space. They're just releasing the first game again with prettier graphics after they have utterly ruined the franchise and ensured that we'll never get new Dead Space. Now they're going to profit off of old Dead Space like the filthy fucking vultures they are. Making sure I didn't miss any spots. Find I usually do when I'm pre-glazing, miss at least one or two small spots. That many months already? Feel like I've been here longer than that! As, you know, Desert Owl, it feels like you've been here longer than that. Let's just communally agree to assume that you have been. How about that? And thank you so much for the support, hitting that 3-month streak. Alright. Now I think we can start removing the glaze from our angel minnows. Yeah, I'm wondering how that's gonna go in the long run too, Amishtig, because yeah, what EA does with their gaming is very much it's gambling. It's gambling that they're selling to children, and it can't go on. Somebody's eventually gonna have some kind of regulatory problem with it. I think it's taken way too long as it is. Loot boxes are gambling. And that is the direction gaming continues to go is so disheartening to me. It makes so much money, and so that's what they're gonna do. It's always what the Command & Conquer cycle does to me when I wind up back in it, is I'm like, oh yeah, I remember back in the day when people made games because they enjoyed making games and had a vision. Those were the days. You know what? These guys are small enough. I'm going to do a little choppy chop here. Hey, Merlin Models. Good to see you, my friend. How you doing, Merlin? How's life? Oh, thank you very much for the reminder. Not that different from trading cards, and they're marketed at kids and have been for decades. Kind of? But, I mean, the trading cards are at least part of a game that you play. The trading cards are a legit product, and the loot boxes, because of the way these games are balanced, in many cases are like just... I don't know. You know, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I have some well-formulated treatise on the difference between trading card games and loot boxes. If they're the same thing, I'll put it this way. Loot boxes were taking the concept way too goddamn far. That is a bridge too far and then some. Maybe blind trading card boosters were never particularly healthy, but they weren't quite this bad. At least you get a physical product for that. It may not be much of a distinction, but it's something. that dioxazine. That just stains like crazy, doesn't it? Look how purple. Oh no! Why did I put that where I would absolutely knock into it with my arm? I knew better and I did it anyway. I should go on my gravestone. Maybe it's a meaningless distinction, but at least with trading card games, like, kids had to get money. I know I did. Had to get money and go to the store and actually buy them. I couldn't just wire in a credit card and do it over and over and over again from the convenience of my handheld gaming device. But then I grew up in the era of, like, you know, waiting for the streetlights to pass in the car at night so I could see what I was doing on my Game Boy. Yeah, here's the thing, though. That changed over time, too, Dwegham. I was a big Magic the Gathering player through the 90s and early 2000s, but I got out of it because it became way too, pay-to-win, commercial, metagame, netlisty for me. It became difficult to find fluffy, non-competitive gaming circles at all, and I just wasn't interested in it anymore. I will not defend what Magic the Gathering has become. If I had a kid and that kid came to me and asked me for money to buy Magic the Gathering, I would strongly encourage them to try one of any number of other games, preferably miniature or art-based. Something where they would at least enrich themselves in the process of constructing and painting. And not just get into a TCG. Maybe that's just personal, but the Magic the Gathering left me in a very mentally unhealthy place. And that's fair, Amishtig. You know, TCGs are not inherently and intentionally predatory, not from their very concept, no. They can arguably become that, and in some cases have, but there's nothing about loot boxes that isn't predatory from the initial idea outward. Flip that. Magic the Gathering teaches the importance of personal hygiene. Oh my god, do you remember that dude? Do you remember that dude? When was this? This must have been... Shit, how long ago was it? Do you remember the guy who went around at that Magic tournament, that huge Magic tournament? And he found all the ass cracks? And he would pose behind them in this sort of humble, like he would do this posture. He'd be like... And he would just take a picture next to their exposed ass crack. He did a bunch of them at this one Magic tournament. They tried to get him, like... I think he got banned for a while for, like, taking explicit pictures of people without their knowledge or consent, which, okay, there's an argument to be had there. But that was funny as shit. Like, that was a bold move. Oh my god. Hey, what's up, X-Zero? How you doing today, man? Well, I won't argue the point with you, Asri. I'll just say that motherfuckers could afford to pull their pants up. That was not a great look. I'll say that nobody came out of that with their hands totally clean, so to speak. And I think he did issue an apology after the fact, but it was still pretty funny. I certainly don't think he deserved to be banned for it, but I can think of worse places to be banned from than Magic tournaments. Oh, please go ahead and put them up, X-Zero. I did ask for them. Yeah, that is also a thing that happened, Roland. We're not allowed to have nice things, apparently, because there's diddlers in the world. Ditch that sponge, on to the next one. All I'm saying, Asri, is that as a hefty man, I know how to cover my ass crack, you know? But, as I said, I won't argue the point with you. I don't think it's worth it. Did you look it up, Bridget? Because it is funny. Oh, awesome. Yeah. Let's have a look real quick. Hang on a second. I tend to agree with you, Voxel Forge. I don't have much time for the Magic the Gathering community these days. Let me get this pulled up here. Skablam! And then I should be able to just go like this, and there we have it. Let's have a look. Alright, so this is your new Instagram, yeah? I'm gonna go ahead and give this one a follow. Because I followed the other one, and you said that you weren't posting to that one anymore. Oh, that's nice. Finally finished with Endvare from Nocturna Miniatures. Things I'm not happy about with my paint job. That goes without saying. Those things are always there. But it was my first oil-painted mini. Learned lots. Excited to work on my next oil mini project. Damn, this came out nice. Look at that. And this is, this is the joy of painting with oils, is getting these, these vivid, saturated colors. Look at that. Gorgeous work on the head. Now, this is a really good mini to do oil painting on, because look how textured it is. Like, this is just begging for some oil paint, and I think you did a great job on it. I'm loving the kind of like cyan teal contrasted to the blue and then the purple. The warm tones really, really stand out on this one, like this kind of warm yellow ochre that we have going on here in the leather pants. This is really well done. The skin tone stands out well. I love how we've got some green worked down into the rocks. Gorgeous. Gorgeous work, and look at this bad boy. 3-ish hours in. Big, mean-looking Michelangelo. He's been through some shit. Lovely. Lovely work. I'm going to take this opportunity to do something else here real quick. Oh, I need to get a keyboard mounted over here so I can stop doing this every time I'm trying to use the browser here. I wanted to pull this up because these are the models I'm going to be getting here pretty soon, and I'm excited about it. Oh, where am I going to find pictures easily? Probably just in the campaign section. These are the new ones for the Marcher Worlds. I gotta say, I do like their big, stompy, flying robot vehicle guy. This guy is a really, really cool model. I did not get this one. I'll probably get this one after the fact. These are some of the new ones for the Iron Star Alliance. My bro Hethrier got these. These are the models that I'm going in on. Look at this. This is on, I want to say this is a 50mm base. The Divine Tempest, with her 6 arms, long blades, floating cocoon body. There's this tiny little bit of flesh in here underneath this giant helmet that she's wearing. It's such a cool model. Are there any better shots? You can kind of see the details on it here. But all this stuff is coming in the Cabal. The Nico Sphinx Solo, which is a big badass cyber lion. The Relicon, which is actually a really neat design. It's a cool model, but it has so many in-game effects that I don't care what it looks like. It's so damn good. Oh, Hethrier's doing good. He's busy. He's he is a high school teacher, so he has been a little bit slammed lately. I like the Talons. These are a neat force, not just because of cyber boobies, but, you know, that's a factor too. And then the Centurions are really interesting. They have these, like, sculpted face masks on. Oh, it's neat. And there were some other figures coming along with that here in the Heroes and Solos. Yeah, this guy. We get the new, I think she's called Reaver Work Boss, I think is what she is. She just boosts all the Reaver squads around her. But this guy, what's his name? The Vassal Boss, that's what she's called. Phaetheon, the Whisper of Death. He's got a neat model. He's like this little cyber samurai. But the cool thing is when he dies, he gets replaced with this wraith version of himself. So he's like a two-phase hero, which is nice because I get my melee heroes killed so fast. It'll just be nice to have at least one melee hero where the goal is to have him die relatively soon, so I can use his wraith form. And I'm pretty sure a lot of these are being done in resin this time around. More resin than metal, which is really, really good because I'm tired of painting metal minis. I've been forced to kind of get good at it. And recently I've been experimenting with different ways to prime metal minis, trying to find the perfect metal mini primer, but that is going to be the subject of some future work. Yeah, cyber boobies, man. There's plenty of cyber boobies in Warcaster. Warcaster's a great game. I've made that one of my primary games at this point. As far as games I play on the regular, I go through a lot of games. I'll buy some stuff, I'll play it. If I don't enjoy it, I probably won't keep going with it. Warcaster, I'm going to keep playing for as long as they keep making it. It is a fantastic game. The actual rules play very, very well and result in a fun time every single time I've actually gotten the chance to roll those particular dice. It can get a little complicated when you bump it up from skirmish size to full war size, but it's manageable. It's just because you got, you know, more models on the field and timings to remember. Pro Acryl Primer. I'm still doing Steinel Res. I haven't gotten any of the Pro Acryl Primer. I'm gonna try it based on your recommendation, but I don't have any of it yet. What are these games? Yeah, did you know? Did you know? You guys, did you know that you can take these figures and they make books? They make books, and in the books are rules, and they tell you how you can roll dice and use, like, measuring sticks and tape measures to play games with them. Like, pretending like they're little people, you know, with little guns, and they shoot at each other. That's actually why they make so many of them in the same scale. I don't know if you knew that. God damn, dioxazine stains so much. That is crazy. I know! It's madness! It's not just Warhammer 40k, believe it or not, that has a game associated with it. I can see why you might think that. I think you could be forgiven for thinking that, but it's just not true. Is it just me, or does Pro Acryl Primer rub off easily? So, Junex, I have not used it myself, so I can't speak to that. I've heard good things about it. What have you used it on? And are you washing your models? I forgive me for asking something so fundamental, but you may be shocked at the number of people I've asked that question, and they've gone, what, I need to wash these things? Let's pull the excess glaze off of the base. That has also stained nice and dark. Yeah, everybody I know who has used Pro Acryl Primer has said good things about it. But again, I have not used it, so I can't really speak to that. Won't that lead to arguments over line of sight and minutia? Interestingly enough, That is why people gravitate towards what they call good games and well-written rule systems. Believe it or not, actually, that's a lie. I'm lying to you right now. Because people don't gravitate towards good rule systems. They gravitate towards whatever rule system is being played in their local game shop, which I do not blame them for. Obviously, if you buy these models and paint them, you want to play games with them, so you're going to play the game that most people are playing, but it leads to this self-fulfilling prophecy wherein everybody plays Warhammer 40k because everybody plays Warhammer 40k, and that is always a disappointment to me. There are better games out there, folks. These models I'm painting are for one of them. Skella-B. How you doing, Skella Egg? What is up? Can we get a quick shout out for the seemingly ever-present Skella-B? Very talented streamer and voice actress and painter. Definitely drop her a follow and stop in next chance you get. She's got a fantastic stream over there. Great community. Very welcoming. Doing goos? Oh, that's weird. Why are you doing goos? You shouldn't do goos. Oh, I'm excited to learn more, let me tell you what. Even Battletech is better than 40k. Now that's a conversation, Project Dark Fox, because I don't agree. I don't agree with that, mostly based on the premise of the argument. I don't think that Battletech and 40k are comparable. Almost at all. I do not believe that comparing them is oh, this is the one that I actually do have a washer in. You can see this is where the washer is supposed to go. But I only had one, so I had to order more. But that results in these models actually, like, balancing pretty well and being resistant to getting knocked over even when they're kind of tall. I think it's... so the Pro Acryl Primer tends to form a shell rather than bonding? Ugh. That's less than ideal. I don't have any yet, so I'm reluctant to say anything about it. But I'll try to get some and see how it holds up. I definitely prefer a primer that forms a solid bond with whatever it's going down over. Which, to be fair, is most primers. $40K makes great models. Most of my issues with 40K stem from the storyline writing and the direction that the company has gone. I think I probably dislike them mostly due to the onset of my own nostalgia for the 90s and early 2000s. So I don't think that I really dislike them for any fair or unbiased reason. I think I'm quite biased. And I definitely turned away from 40k after they changed the rules of my army and forced me to rebuy a bunch of different models for the, like, 6th time. Only 3D print, so I can only talk to printing resin, but it bonds at least with that. I might get some and try it out, since we're getting these conflicting reports. I wouldn't mind knowing. I know Pro Acryl makes great paint. I have not tried their primer. Alright, last one, then we can get started putting some more paint on these bad boys. You might be wondering what it is that I'm painting. These are angel minnows from the game Maelstrom's Edge by Spiral Arm Studios, a fairly small war game, but a pretty excellent one. They're beta testing their version 2 of the rules right now, which I'm going to be giving a try with these models. These models are fairly old. I bought these like 4 years ago. Got the primer for the airbrush. Let me know how that... Yeah, test it out on... Take some models that you're not really, like, painting seriously, that you're willing to just play around with, you know? And try a couple different primers, and try to wipe it off with, like, your thumb. See what the bonding properties are like. Make sure that you know, prepare them well. As I said, always wash your models, folks. Always. That's one of those things. Are there types of models that don't need washing? Absolutely. Should you wash them anyway? Absolutely. Because you can't hurt them by washing them. You can hurt them by not washing them, but you can't hurt them by washing them. So just do it. Just give it a shot. Now, what did you say, Grim Nation? Radiant Magenta over Dioxazine? Let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens. I don't know. I kind of want to save the magenta for the glow effects. Let's try it on a little innocuous part of the wing. I just want to see what it does. Less is more. All right. Well, we're gonna try it out and see how it goes. Because for the primary color for what I have in my head, I'm leaning more towards Radiant Violet. We might end up using the Radiant Magenta as part of the glow effects. I'm going to try it on the underside of one of the wings to get an idea for what it's going to look like. There's a little bit of dioxazine still on this brush, but I don't think it's going to make a big difference, since we're going to be blending it with dioxazine anyway. Let's just get it nice and leaned out here. Down into like a gel-like consistency. Oh, see, that's what I'm trying to do, though, is lean more into, like, lavender for the primary body. But I haven't used dioxazine all that much, so I'm not super familiar with the properties and mixes. We'll try some stuff. Grab myself a little filbert here. A little bit of it here, most of it has been wiped away. Let's try this on the underside of one of these raised wings. And you know, that's why I'm doing this, is I am trying to remember exactly that. Is that none of these colors are going to stay pure. They're going to mix the second that they go down. Oh, actually, you might be on to something here. Damn. Damn, that's nice. That's real nice and real easy. Alright, fair enough. That's what we're doing. We'll figure something else out for the eyes. Or we'll also use Radiant Magenta for part of that. Why the hell not? Less is, in fact, more. So let's go ahead and bring some of this in here. Just picking out details. Actually works out really nicely. There's a reason I listen to you, Grim Nation. Not always gonna love all your suggestions, I'm sure, but they're not without merit. Oh, no faith at all. No, trust but verify. Hey, how you doing, Sumitha? Gus Schultz and Mr. Altier. Enjoy your lurk, Hamburg. Always happy to have you around. That is a pretty quick and easy way to get a decent looking angel minnow, minus the glow effects I want to do for the eyes and mouth. So this is what we're just going to do to all of them for the main step. There you go, Merlin. Don't compare, be inspired, and then steal all their ideas. That's the inspired part, is stealing the ideas. Currently adding stowage to a Lehman for a new project. Exciting, Altier. What's the theme of our new project? One word, fury. So World War II Imperial Guard. Oh, nice. So tank battles essentially is what we're going for. I approve. Not that that is in any way necessary or even desired, but I do it anyway. L. George Tower, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers, my friend. I hope you're having a good one. I know I am. This is actually a really, really easy way to get a pretty good color scheme on these angel minnows. And I want to keep them all pretty much the same color, so this simple formula is ideal. Going Zerg now. What? Yeah, I know. That's a little nuts, isn't it? 30 more followers, and I'm actually going to have to paint my limited edition Vader. Oh, God. And then I'm going to have to paint my limited edition Luke? Everybody, stop. Nobody follow me. So I don't actually have to give away my precious Vaders. And a very good evening to you as well. Yeah, this is working out nicely. Thank you for the suggestion, Grim Nation. I'm trying to use these Radiants more anyway, so I appreciate the excuse. I am keeping the special edition Vader, Project Dark Fox. The ones that we're sending out are going to be the other two Vaders that we've done in oils. Facehugger fish. So these creatures are actually really cool within the lore of the universe, Mr. Altier. The angels, they're only called angels by the Karist Enclave. They're the only ones who interact with these creatures at all. Everybody else just avoids them. They are a sort of amorphous blob life form that is naturally spacefaring, and they sort of school and shoal near the dark matter networks that humanity uses to traverse from one star system to the other at faster than light. And they feed on a processed, modified version of dark matter known as Cybele. And for the most part, they're benign. They have no reason to interact with human ships whatsoever. But because the Karist Enclave warships the Maelstrom and the Cybele, the processed dark matter, they call the creatures angels, since they feed on it and are clearly a part of it. And they've learned that they can manipulate them by using, like, Cybele marking grenades. Like, there are angel handlers on the field that will throw Cybele grenades that just sort of coat everything in this radiation, and the angels go crazy for it and they attack whatever is covered in it. And these minnows are I believe, the youngest form of the angel. They are plentiful and relatively small. I say relatively because they're still about the size of a human being. And then there are the mature angels, who this is the standard model for the mature angel. But because their bodies are mostly gelatinous, they can form them into anything that they want, which is why they look all gooey and flowy. Sahur Pinu, this is for a game called Maelstrom's Edge from Spiral Arm Studios. And because the mature angels can change form, not 3D, what am I saying? This was before I had a 3D printer, way before I had a 3D printer. I sculpted this guy in green stuff, because you can choose the form of the angel at the beginning of the turn. And one of the forms is flying. So I made this flying version of the mature angel to make it look kind of like the minnows, but bigger and much more horrible. make that completely out of green stuff? The central body is not. In fact, I'll point out the components that are not. If you look at the main mature angel, you can see that torso, the head. So I salvaged that from another mature angel body. And then these claws I took from, I think Gene Stealers are where I took these claws from. And then this nasty scorpion tail is one of the combat arms from the mature angel. You see that one? How his arm claw became the tail. But the rest of it is all green stuff and armature. And I may finish the other one that I started to do. I'm undecided between sculpting this up in 3D and printing it, and just finishing it in green stuff, but this is the third form of the mature angel that I started to sculpt on, but never finished. Which is the slasher form. It's supposed to grow just a bunch of nasty little arms. The main form is really good against heavily armored, like, big robots and stuff. The flying form is good for mobility and okay against infantry. This version is really, really good against infantry. And I tried to make it look like it was spinning like a tornado. Well, you know, Hamburg, maybe. Maybe I will. I got this one so close to done, and I was so bad at... The green stuff has so many fingerprints in it. This was years ago. But maybe I could come back to it and finish this up. Smooth out some of the tendrils and whatnot. I mean, I went to all the work of making... Like, I've done most of the work already. I guess I should probably finish it. But that way you can just swap the angel at the beginning of the round for the model that represents its current chosen form. I quite like the angels as... Like, I like playing the Charists in general. I just think they're really cool. They're very Brotherhood of Noddy. They're very Brotherhood of Nod in their writing and their design. But you can have a force composed almost entirely of angels, which is neat, if you take the angel handler as your force commander. Normally, angels are incapable of securing objectives, because they're just animals, effectively. But if you have an angel handler, he can make them capable of actually taking and holding objectives. The one place uncorrupted by capitalism. Space. Oh my god, I should have a clip of that available. And a good morning to you, Raven Cat. How are you doing on this fine day? Interestingly enough, my Command and Conquer replay cycle rarely includes the Red Alert series. Not because I dislike them. Red Alert 2 is fantastic. I've never beaten Red Alert 3. I don't know, it just never grabbed me all that much. I've played it a few times, but I always ditch it at a certain point. I continually feel like the only thing that interests me in Red Alert 3 is Tim Curry's performance. Oh, space, yeah, will be, yeah. Space is absolutely corrupted by capitalism, because only capitalists can afford to get there. Well, you know, reliably and regularly at any rate. Yeah, I miss FMV games, I really do. There's one out right now called Not for Broadcast, which looks interesting. There aren't many FMV games still being made. And that one seems like you're like a producer on a newscast, and you have to like deal with competing government interests over the course of a major political shift and subsequent, like, scandal and revolution. So you're handling, like, how you report the news and what you give more time to, etc., etc. It seems interesting. I definitely miss Command & Conquer's FMVs, though. It's one of the first places as a kid that I saw Michael Bain. It was like that and Terminator. And Aliens, I guess. I guess Aliens, jeez. Yeah, I remember George Takei is in it because he's in like the initial cutscene. I remember that. Peter Stormare and Tim Curry go back in time and like fuck up Einstein or something. And then they come back to the present and they're like, now we will be victorious over the Allies. But then they're getting invaded by the Japanese. And George Takei shows up on their view screen. Red Alert 2 was one of the first places that I saw Ray Wise or Udo Kier. Mashup of Tim Curry's space monologue against the space cube from Portal 2. I haven't played Portal 2 in a while. Those Portal games were great, weren't they? Well, it's most of our basic coloration done. Let's do some work on the bases. Which I'm thinking Radiant Turquoise will be a good choice. And then I can work on the crystals. Yeah, Udo Kier's a fucking great actor. He's been in a lot of, you know, he never really broke into, like, the mainstream, but he's done a lot of weird little, like, artsy films here and there. I met him down in Texas at a horror convention. Weird guy. Told this really long and interesting story about how being born during the war and how the maternity ward that he was in when his mother was having him had the roof collapse. That a bunch of other babies in the ward were crushed by falling debris, but he was not. It was a very strange story to listen to. Merlin, Hamburg, thank you for the reminder. get some of this radiant turquoise out here. I'm loving these gambling radiants. They let me just kind of skip right past some steps I might otherwise be inclined to do. You see the story about Harrison Ford being a pot dealer? Really? No. Is he? That's awesome. I mean, oh no, the illegality of it all. How immoral. Not the devil's lettuce. Harrison Ford has always come off as a bit bohemian to me, anyway. For the record, and just in case there's any ambiguity about it whatsoever, folks, I live in Colorado. And, I smoke a lot of pot. So, just in case you were wondering about that and thinking, oh, is that Thunderhead one of those dirty dopers? Yes. And then, because of the laws in this state, I can say so. There we go. Hey, Colorado bros. Is that so, Grim Nation? I'm gonna have to look this fellow up. Yeah, Amish Stig, I'm with you on that one, man. I can't stand that shit. You ever seen the movie Grandma's Boy? Or no, that scene's not in Grandma's Boy. There's a line like that in Grandma's Boy, but I'm thinking of a line actually in Pineapple Express. When Seth Rogen is talking about, to Square, thank you for the reminder, Seth Rogen's talking about going to see your pot dealer. He's like, and you always like, you force us to deal with these criminals, which we don't want to do, and then we show up, and the guy's always like, hey man, why don't you come in and like chill with me, because like they want to be your friend, but they're not your friend. You don't want to hang out and watch like movies with them and shit. I just want to give you money, and you give me a product, and I move on. And I've always been the same way about it, and like, yeah, I'm not into the pothead culture, like, at all. You can go to the dispensaries here in Colorado and get into all kinds of crazy stuff, like complex pipes and zany ways of smoking different concentrations, and I'm always like, just give me the vape cartridge, just the little thing. Make sure that it's a sativa, and I'm good. A little pen, I puff on it, I move the fuck on. It's not like a part of my identity. Yeah, pothead culture's kind of insufferable. It always has been, though. He died in 2020. Oh, he was one of Robert Gamblin's mentors. I'm gonna have to look this up. That's really interesting. Too many pot shops. Oh no, all the tax money. Whatever will we do? Oh god. I've never been so happy to pay taxes, let me tell you what. Always eating for the first 30 minutes. Now, I've tried to be inebriated in that sense while streaming, and it's not fun. I get too distracted. I can't focus anywhere near enough. I'm not good at communicating with chat like that. So, anytime you see me on stream, I'm pretty well stone cold sober. It's all a bit too much for my brain, you know? Too much multitasking. Yeah, Shock 21, right? This is coming together pretty nicely. And I'm just, like I said, I'm trying to just keep it nice and simple. Well, we've stopped doing that now, Amishtig. I'm trying to cut drinking almost entirely. I still have a beer when I go out for dinner or something like that, or a glass of wine or something. I'm not like a teetotaler, but I'm just trying to quit, sitting around at home drinking. I don't know. It was really easy to get too deep into that during the pandemic. I afforded to take some time off. Want me at my TNG, not my Picard, yeah. I miss Picard the Statesman, I really do. At home only, really? I prefer drinking when I'm out. Go someplace where I can get something kind of nice. Maybe something crafty, maybe something local, Or something with a good meal. I think more accurately, I would say that I'm trying to just drink with meals or as part of a culinary experience, as opposed to before when it would just be like, well, I got nothing else going on, let's sit around and drink. I was going through 2 or 3 beers a stream, and I was like, that's probably too many. That's probably too many beers. Hey, what's up, O'Coral? How you doing? Yeah, social drinking, right? Oh, fair enough. We've all got our rules. And our standards. And I don't really get it myself, but I know enough people who are into it, and I've experienced their enthusiasm firsthand, and I have to kind of reflect on the things that I get enthusiastic about and say, fair enough. Most people aren't as excited about painting little plastic spacemen as I am, so I can hardly fault somebody for being into cars. Even if I am generally not very excited by them. I like when they take me from one place to another, and I like when they work. That's the extent of my relationship with them for the most part. But Sumitha is really into cars. Hell, Sumitha fucking is into performance cars and racing them, which is I think is really, really impressive, but I confess I go a little cross-eyed when he starts talking about them, just because I just don't know these things about them. I'm super impressed at what they're able to do. Sith Panda, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Pandas seem way too chill to be Sith. Though, they are bears. I'll bet if a panda is really pissed off, they're just as scary as almost any other bear. You get that Ursine rage. I'm currently in voice chat. Oh, okay. Live chatting shit about me. I see how it is. We're doing the palette camera these days, oh Coral. This is a new thing. We still do have it. It's in my my other overlays. Oh my god, my face and my printer. Oh no, let's go back. Oops. Let's just wipe that away with our finger there. I don't think pandas are actually bears. They look like bears. What are they? Are they not Ursine? I don't know anything about pandas. I'm far too ignorant to really comment on them. They just, you know, like, and maybe this is all part of, you know, this is like Big Panda and their propaganda making me think that they're super chill and wouldn't be down with killing. Wouldn't be into the Sith way. Through power their chains are broken and all that. Maybe their propaganda got to me. I don't know. Alright, let me put down a base green for the crystals. Which I'm going to go with this Phthalo deep green that I got, because I want to use it up. It's a Winton, but it's a good dark Phthalo. Do I want to do that? Maybe just regular Phthalo green. You know what? I have just a plain Phthalo that is an artist oil color. And I think it's just, I'm trying to use less of the Winton, even if it is a little darker. I'm just going to use this. I'm glad you like it, Cookie Mama. I don't think that my my palettesmanship is particularly to be admired. I think I make a big mess out of things when I'm mixing and using paints, but, you know, I'm trying to get better. And I think having a palette cam kind of encourages me to do that. Because correct me if I'm wrong, but if I go right from Phthalo Green to Radiant Lemon, I should get a nice sort of vivid yellow-green out of it. Right? That does make sense, doesn't it? Hey, what have you done? Oh, what have you done? You made me drop my oil brush on the ground is what you did, pun expected. I have oil paint on my floor, you monster. Oh my god. I'm not even going to thank you for that sub. Actually, it doesn't seem like it particularly made a mess, which is good. Steela's new color thing. Are those her Japanese pigments that you're talking about, Raven Cat? Pun expected, thank you so much for the support. Thank you for the subscription, man. Alright, now let's slap this on some crystals. The joy of painting. Minis, good to see you. Welcome in. Oh, I'm gonna have to stay up late then, aren't I? Steela's got a new color thing, and I need to know what it is so I can copy her. I can't just do my own thing. I have to keep up with Stila. Otherwise, what's the point of, like, living? Oh my god. This is getting ridiculous. I'm just, like, straight up simping for Stila at this point. It's pathetic. What can I say? I admire the shit out of that zany little Italian painter. Is there a line, or do we just take a number? At least I'm not alone. There's a new overlay with each color she's using. Oh, God. You know what it is? She came into my last stream. And she was like, oh, you got a palette cam. Oh, this is new. Isn't this nice? And she immediately went to work trying to find a way to one-up me. That's what happened. Shameful. She saw me catching up, and she had to pull out ahead. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Well, I flatter her plenty in that case. As long as we don't get a potty cam, yeah, no, that's that's stuck in the mail for the moment, so you won't have to worry about that for a while. I found the perfect camera, though. It's actually built into a bidet. Oh god, why did I even say? Even the image of that just made me, like, my whole brain rebelled against trying to picture it. I regret saying those words. I'm so sorry. God damn it. We're saving that for the OnlyFans, don't worry. Unlike some streamers, I can't get away with flashing the old brown eye live on stream. You know that happened, right? Who was that? I don't even remember. That's my problem with all the, like, hot tub streamer drama. What it happens is I don't watch any of them, so I don't know who any of them are, and I can never remember, like, who did what. One of those ones did the thing. And was only suspended for it because they make money for Twitch and therefore, you know, softcore for children is apparently just fine. God, Twitch is a weird place. It might as well be, Grim Nation. Unbreakable. The rules must never be broken and will be enforced very harshly if you make below a certain amount of money. And, you know, in fairness, it's like the top 0.01% of partners who can get away with breaking the rules flagrantly because they're the ones who make all the money for Twitch. Their morals are very, very flexible and very, very for sale. Stila got kicked off of OnlyFans? I was wondering why I hadn't seen anything from her on there. That's literally the only reason I go to OnlyFans, is I'm occasionally like, oh, what's Stila doing? How's OnlyFans going? But I noticed, like, there was nothing from her for a while. I thought maybe it had just, like, she had decided to stop doing it. Yeah, how do you get kicked off of OnlyFans? You can do almost anything on there. I'm gonna call bullshit. I'm gonna say she just stopped doing it because it wasn't really making that much sense as far as dividing her time and not being very discoverable. Until I hear otherwise. Oh, okay, alright, okay, yeah. I was like, that doesn't make any sense the more I think about it. I assume by allowing people on who aren't fans. Ooh, yeah, that would be a violation of their mission statement. The people who made OnlyFans did in fact make it for content creators in general and not just for pornography. It just so happens that that's what it gets used for 99.9% of the time. You're not wrong, to Square. I wish you were, but you're not. Painting in a hot tub. That's definitely something. Between that and the big air quotes around ASMR streams, man. Okay, Twitch, whatever you say. I think a lot of people are up unexpected. I'm gonna sit back and watch the chaos. I'm gonna be there next year. I am, as of now, a 99% yes for Adepticon 2023. I'm gonna be grabbing a room as soon as the block opens up after this one. I've been on wait and see for a while with conventions on account of the pandemic, but it really seems like they're happening again. Adepticon is opened back up, so I'll see how the first one goes, and then I'll be there for the next one. I got lots of shit to huck. The biggest wet palette yet. You just float some parchment paper on top of the hot tub. Alright, two more. How you doing, Deadeye Minis? Good to see you. Yeah, about 6 years. So, Maelstrom's Edge is, I picked these up about 4 years ago. And I did kind of a rudimentary paint job on them, but I'm coming back around to it because they're about to release their version 2 rules. They've released their beta test of the version 2 rules. And I quite like them. They've changed a few things that definitely needed to be changed. They've refined a few things. They've rebalanced the force lists. All in all, version 2 seems pretty good. And I'm interested to see what their new 2-player starter is going to look like. They've got a bunch of models out now for the Broken faction and for the Atarian Remnant faction. As well as more options for the Aperian and Karist factions. And they remain well-priced, high-quality models with a good rule set, so I'm generally interested. Yeah, there you go. I'm gonna soak up all the follows, and then no one will ever go back to the big streamers. They'll be like, I used to hang out there before I found Thunderhead, but now Thunderhead is all I need. Seems like a realistic scenario. me get caught up here. Oh, there's a long conversation about cars here. That explains why I'm like, wait, did I miss something halfway through? No, I was following it as well as I'm able to. I was just like, what? What? What are they talking about? I'm being left out. I'm being left out of the manly man conversation yet again. Such is my lot in life, apparently. Where is my... There it is. Quinacridamine magenta. I am not going to promote or encourage that in any way, Gimishkar, just so you know. Yes, Data Nerd. The Navigator, actually the dealership wound up just buying it, which was fine by me. They're very, very motivated. Stock on new vehicles is really, really low these days. Refurbished tools are in the oven, baking in linseed oil to protect them from oxidization. Baking some tools in the oven. You gotta make sure you get the temperature right or they won't rise and you won't have a nice fluffy end wrench. It's all about the texture. Let's hit a little of our radiant white on the palette because I'm going to use it for a few different things. Is that a comment about the size of my ass, Raven Cat? Yeah, the used car market is nuts. I'd like to trade in my current. I've got an Expedition. I'd like to trade it in for something like an Outback, but the trade-in market is stupid right now. So I'm just waiting. It's an older Expedition, but it's only got like 130,000 on it, and I keep it in good condition. So I'm like, it's good for a while yet. Some of this radiant white right out of the tube just to kind of add a little extra texturing in here. The Expedition is nice, but I don't need the hauling capacity anymore. I've got a big old Ford Super Duty for that. So it's become a little like, man, I wish I could trade this in, but it doesn't look like I'll reasonably be able to do that for a while. Yeah, Data Nerd, I might take you up on that, because I do kind of have my heart set on a Subaru at this point. As far as hauling capacity and gas mileage and even style goes. But yeah, finding a used one right now is challenging. Just kind of waiting and seeing on that market. Damn, that's not bad. 1/5 the blue book. And those auctions you can really get a pretty good deal, but you can also just stand there all day and get nothing. Walter's Workshop, 14 months. 14 months of jabroni content. But that's what the people want. That's what the people want, Walter's Workshop. They want a 60-year-old man eating trash, you know? Walter's Workshop, how you doing today, man? So good to see you. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for the subscription. I hope you're having a good one. And folks, if you're not following Walter's Workshop, I have a hard time believing. I have a hard time believing there might be people in this chat right now who aren't following Walter's Workshop. It just seems absurd to me. But, you know, if it's true, do yourself a favor. Don't be a jabroni. Go drop that man a follow. You'll thank me later. You better figure out dinner. Dinner's the most important meal of the day. At least it's usually my favorite meal of the day. That's, you know, basically the same thing. Painted a 3D print from Elden Ring for a vid tutorial. Fucking Elden Ring, man. Everybody's all about Elden Ring. Oh my god. You know what my least favorite thing about Elden Ring is? Is that it's a genuinely, like, really well-crafted game. Which means that based on its success, we're gonna get 30 bajillion crappy clones of it, just like we did with Dark Souls. And most of them are gonna suck horribly. That is my least favorite thing about Elden Ring. It did well, and right now, there are 500,000 blood-sucking marketing professionals just wringing their hands, going, yes, let's make games super duper hard. It's from the same people, Shock. It's from Software. Isn't it? That's from Software. And it basically is a Dark Souls clone, but with the open world aspect from, like, Breath of the Wild. And it's really well done, and it's lovingly crafted. It is a game that was clearly made by people who wanted to make a good video game, and we get so precious few of those these days. I cannot fault the game for being of high quality, because it absolutely is. I'm not personally a fan of it, but I'm not a fan of any of the Souls games. But, I mean, the fandom is gradually becoming insufferable. I saw somebody the other day trying to tell me that Souls-likes, Souls clones, are their own genre of game. This is an idiotic argument. It's a completely meaningless argument to have with someone, but it was just frustrating me. Because you know how fanboys get. And I'm like, it's not a genre. It's a subgenre at most. It's an action RPG. That's the genre. But people get so in love with this. You're like, no, it's its own genre. It must be distinct. I get it, you know, I was young. I was young once, too. I know. I know how it feels. This thing comes along and you're really enthusiastic about it, and what you want to believe more than anything else is that it is completely unique and it stands alone and nothing could ever compare to it, but it's just not the case. I think mostly I'm just bitter that mainstream gaming has moved so far away from anything that I want to play. That's probably the core truth of it. That is just bitterness and resentment. Because I do not like those games. I've tried to play each and every one of them. I've given them chance after chance after chance. I always come back. When there's a new one, I always try it out. Dark Souls, played it, didn't like it. Dark Souls 2 came out, everybody was all about it. I'm like, I'll try it. I'll see if it's any good. I get 30 minutes in, and I'm like, I'm done. The Surge is the only one I really got into for a while to Square, and even that one lost me after a while. No, I think they're going to be largely the same color, Grim Nation. Again, the creature's body is supposed to be entirely made up of the same material. And I want to keep these guys simple, because minnows die so fast, it's stupid. They're evasive, but not very defensive. The primary purpose of these minnows on the tabletop, by the way, maybe not the primary purpose, one of the purposes of the minnows on the tabletop is to stay near the mature angel, because the mature angel can consume the minnows. And in so doing, get stronger and recover from wounds. I'm sorry, Sumitha. No, I'm not on purpose. Let me see. Do I know that twisty road? Wait, which one? Lookout Mountain. If he does, he'll probably think me completely crazy after hearing that I was going downhill reaching for fourth. I don't know Lookout Mountain. Maybe I know it by some other name. It's entirely possible. I'm sorry. I was not ignoring you on purpose, Sumitha. We got a lot of chatting going on. Subgenre. I'll accept subgenre. I need a Mecha Dark Souls. I'm not inherently opposed to this game is really hard and the background storytelling of Dark Souls, but the particular aesthetics of Dark Souls and Elden Ring and everything just don't really do anything for me. They don't excite me or entice me enough to put in the time and the effort. And part of the other problem with them is just that I don't really have the time to learn difficult games like that anymore. I've become a very, very casual gamer. I need something that I can just pick up, play for 20 minutes, put it down, move away. And I feel like I have to put in way too much time on Dark Souls. When I came back to the Surge and tried to play it again, I'm like, oh, I've forgotten all my combos and all my timing. Oh, yeah. Whoops, all boss fights. Folks, give me just 1 second. I need to take a quick break. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. And we're back. Eleven whole months. Oh my god, Crossbow Roof, thank you so much for the resub. You guys, y'all are out of your minds, I swear. Alright, let's try out some of those Radiant Lemon on my my green crystals here. Down a touch. There we go. Let's make use of a somewhat more precise brush and try some stuff out here on these little green crystals. How'd those cheap brushes turn out? So the cheap brushes, these blue-handled ones, are from that set. They're really low quality and they suck, and I need to buy some... I need to find another set, because these were like the cheapest that I could find. I'm going to go slightly more expensive to find a set that I'm comfortable sending out. But I'm harvesting the filberts from them, because while most of the brushes are trash, for whatever reason, and I don't ask me to give you said reason, the filbert brushes are fine. So I'm keeping the filberts and kind of tossing the rest. but I've used the filberts on almost everything now. I would, if you were looking for some good filbert brushes, I would probably just spend a few dollars and get nicer ones than are in these sets. I don't think the price is right to toss out the rest and just keep the filberts. I'm only doing that because I already bought them and opened them. Oh god, I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. There are sets of also quite cheap brushes that are still better than those. They were bottom of the barrel for mass purchasing, and I figured they probably would suck, but I wanted to try them out. They were cheap enough I could afford to be wrong, you know? Yeah, the blending... the thing with oils is, man, you gotta... If you don't want them to blend, that's when the work comes in. And if you don't want them to blend, you should probably just be doing something else. That was way too much paint on that brush there. Let's just shove it down here. It doesn't matter. It's in an innocuous area. Nobody's gonna see it anyway. Yeah, that's a good point, Grim Nation. If you don't want them to blend, let them dry. And then come back in and they'll just go right over one another, easy peasy. Yeah, apparently that's what I have to look forward to tomorrow, Desert Owl. They're saying not much snow, but the winds are really going to be a bitch. I'm glad it's tomorrow and not today. We missed Thursday on account of the weather. At least I get to stream today, and I should also be good for Tuesday. Going kind of slow on these crystals because I haven't done this color combo before, so I'm just trying to figure out how I want to do the effect. I'm focusing the bright spots kind of down low. Well, that's part of the versatility of oils, Grim Nation, is they can do different things depending on how much time you give them to set and cure. You can do almost anything with them, you just have to know the process. You have to know how they're going to behave at different levels of curing. Well, you know, we're used to acrylics, and acrylics you just have to know how thick something is. If it started to cure at all, it's unblendable and kind of useless, and it just teaches you to think in layers. And it takes a while with oil painting to stop thinking in terms of layers. You can still do some layering effects, but it's not as prevalent. How do those crystals look? Give me an opinion on them, chat. Yeah? Okay. Well, that's how I'm gonna do them from this point then. I don't think I'm gonna bother with like an OSL glow on the environment. It's just, considering I'm painting an army, I think that's just too much work. Well, yeah, that's the point, Grim Nation, is I'm looking at these thinking, can I push this? Can I make them look better? Yes. Do I want to? No. I have to paint these on every single base of every single model for this army, so they just need to look passable. If I was doing like a diorama base for a hero, I might take some more time and focus on them, but I'm not, so I won't. I'm looking for quick and effective. Oh, Valfera, yeah, no, it's up on Thingiverse for free. The files are up on Thingiverse for free. If I do a more complex version down the road, or if I make significant improvements, then I'll sell that. But honestly, it's a simple enough file, and I made it anyway. It wasn't really made for sale. It was just made for me to use, so I'm just gonna I just share it with folk. If it seems like something that you want to give a try, please feel free, and feedback is welcomed, even encouraged. You can find my Thingiverse from my link tree. Yep, the magnetic painting handle is also up for free now. Green Fairy Studios, these are angel minnows from the game Maelstrom's Edge by Spiral Arm Studios. They're like enslaved deep space creatures that feed on dark matter. Space Kraken for 1 billion suns. I could see that. At this scale, next to a starship, it would be, like, massive. That could be neat. Might need to thin this lemon out a little bit more. It's a little thick for what I'm doing. They're really well priced. Just go to maelstromsedge.com. They've got an e-store, and their styrene figures are actually pretty affordably priced, even if you're just picking them up as proxies. Use my anvil for farm work or other. Which anvil would you be talking about? Out of curiosity, Gimishkar. I would describe very little of what I do as farm work. We don't really farm anything out here anymore. Outside of just, like, growing stuff for ourselves. Which, I guess, you know, it is farming, but it's not like, large-scale or industrial agriculture like it used to be. I mean, technically, I probably use it for farm work. Any given piece of metal that needs bent, it goes to the anvil and it gets smacked a few times. There you go. Personal, sustainable farm-to-kitchen agricultural work. What a great way of putting it. Yeah, this process needs refinement because some of these crystals are kind of a mess, but I'm not going to worry too much about it because I got to do a bunch more of them anyway. I'll figure out the fast and easy way to do it, but the colors are about right, and I think a little bit more concentration of the yellow towards the base is going to go a long way. I'm going to thin it a little bit more. I think that's going to help me. that linen down nice and workable. Don't want it globbing up on the brush so much. It should just flow nice and easy. That's the goal. That's better. Alright, well this is a start. Let's do the next one. Let's just grab that yellow and blend it up along the length. Like so. I feel like your collection of hobbies makes it hard to do other hobbies. Like, I need to finish putting my forge together so I can make a fro, but I have painting to finish and 3D modeling to finish learning. It's definitely... It can be inhibitive to be, you know, a jack of all trades and a master of none. It's just something you kind of have to weigh on a personal level. How much do you want to focus on any given hobby? Because if you do a lot of them, then I think necessarily the rest are going to suffer a little bit. Because you need focus. We don't all have the time or the drive to dump that much energy and that much time into that many projects, you know? All about balance, which I'm not the guy to ask about because I balance things horribly. I would say broadly to answer your question, though, yes, that is an issue. It's something that a number of my other hobbies suffer from, particularly since I've started focusing more on 3D modeling. Well, it's like, when I'm on a big 3D modeling kick, I paint less. When I'm in a big painting kick, I 3D model less. I find that at different times I'm motivated to work on different hobbies, so I just kind of try to ride that wave of motivation and not overthink it too much. I'll get around to everything eventually. Or I won't, you know, but I'll live. Oh yes, and also you need to make a proper turning bench for your lathe. You might be a little bit of a hobbyholic. It's possible. If you're talking about painting and forging and running a lathe, this is a lot. A lot of very specialized stuff, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you gotta set your expectations. Something I've just become very comfortable with is letting go of projects. It never feels good to admit, like, I'm not gonna do this project. I thought I was gonna, I was really excited about it for a while, but I'm not gonna do it. But I think it's healthy. I know that I start more projects than I'm ever gonna finish, so I think that acknowledging when I've reached that point with something, or acknowledging when it's time to just let something rest for a while is important to getting everything done. Because I'll tell you what I know isn't productive is sitting around fretting over the things that you haven't done. Sitting around fretting about, oh, I meant to do this, but I don't have the motivation to, but I'm just gonna beat myself up for a little while over it. Like, that's just gonna stop you from doing the things that you want to do right now. It's not really going to make you more productive. So I think knowing and being honest with yourself about which projects are just on hold, which projects are dead, and being able to let them go. I think this is a skill that those of us with many hobbies must develop. This is not a bad method for doing these green crystals, I don't think. That went a little bit faster and a little bit easier that time. What are those purple aliens? What's up, Time Stop? These are angel minnows from Maelstrom's Edge, a game by Spiral Arm Studios. They are enslaved alien beings that they use for war by painting targets with dark matter that these guys feed on. Alright, on to some more crystals. Why did I put so many crystals on these damn bases when I knew I was going to have to paint them? Well, the goal is to just become fast at painting crystals, so... Well, I'll tell you what this is teaching me, is for the infantry at least, paint the crystals before I put them on the bases, because trying to do this around people's feet is going to be a nightmare. I think we'll probably have a stream where I'm just painting a bunch of these crystal bases. As I try to work out the fastest and simplest way to get it done. Remind me of the Zerg worker drones. Yeah, when they're all splayed out like this, I could definitely see that. They have the shape. They're meant to be wings. Because you can see there's like some, you know, flapping. But yeah, they've got that same sort of like splayed out webbed claw thing going on. I could see that, Beaky. Spawn more overlords. I'll say, as far as trying new things goes, I'm liking the Phthalo Green Radiant Lemon combination. It is quite potent. How cool would some StarCraft minis be, right? Oh my god, how has Blizzard never jumped all over that? Well, because they're too busy making mobile games. Don't you people have phones? Blend this out and then do the edges, and I think that's the process. I think that is the process. By their mobile mini painting game. Isn't Warhammer 40k StarCraft minis? Oh, that's a whole conversation, isn't it, Shock? That is a whole conversation. I'll tell you, as I sit here painting these green crystals, I'll ask you a better question. Why are there no Command and Conquer minis? How has Command and Conquer never been a minigame? I mean, the answer is similar. The EA is a soulless shit of a corporation. But, Like, the franchise is designed for this style of game. From the ground up, the franchise is designed to be a battle game, a mass battle game for that matter. And I don't blame Electronic Arts. I mean, I blame them for a lot of things, but one thing I won't blame them for is not wanting to get into a completely foreign industry like miniature games from what they do. I get that. And I get that they don't give a shit about the Command & Conquer franchise because they murdered it in its sleep one night. So they're certainly not going to put themselves out to make such a thing, but man, would it ever be perfect. I maintain that I think Maelstrom's Edge actually makes a pretty good Command & Conquer minigame because the Karist Enclave are very much inspired by the Brotherhood of Nod. Which may or may not be why I chose these very Tiberium-esque crystals for their bases. I do not want to have to paint 200 mammoth tanks. I can see one of the tabletop games playing out now. You know, the game starts, and then for the next 20 minutes, I'm just standing there going, "We've got the rockets! We've got the rockets! We've got the rockets! Rise up! We've got the rockets! Let's go on a raid! We've got the rockets!" And then my opponent punches me in the face. Yeah, I can't imagine that Electronic Arts would have any interest in branching into an industry like minigames. That's not something they do, so why would they care? And they're not particularly interested in developing the Command & Conquer franchise because, as I said, they murdered it unceremoniously and haven't really bothered with anything like a reboot. I'd totally be down for a reboot of Tiberian Dawn, though. It probably won't happen, ever. Because it's one of those things where, well, you know, I guess never say never. I would have said that Ghostbusters sequel would never happen once Harold Ramis died because you couldn't have Harold Ramis in it. And look what they did. They conjured him from the fucking grave. They resurrected him as some god-awful CG abomination and made him be in the movie anyway. So, who knows? Maybe they'll resurrect Joe Kukin after he gets too old. Well, a fully CGI Kane, won't that be fun? That could be part of the plot. Is Kane really alive, or is he a deepfake? We blew him up at Temple Prime, and now Nod is deepfaking their way into convincing the people in the red zones that their prophet lives. Oh my god, we were just talking about this earlier too, because I'm on a big Command & Conquer kick right now. I replayed most of Tiberian Dawn, and then I jumped up to CNC 3, and then like an Alzheimer's patient, I tried Command & Conquer 4 again, and it was awful. I was about to say I don't know why I keep doing that, but I know why I keep doing it, and it is because I want Command & Conquer 4 to be good. I want it to be good. I know that it isn't, but I want it to be, and on some level I'm hoping that I've been wrong about it all this time. But every time I go back to it, I am freshly assured that I was never once wrong about it. It is a flaming piece of shit. I don't think you did, Roland. Tell me your Joe Kukin story. Everything I've heard about Joe seems to indicate that he's just a fucking awesome dude. Like a real bro. We'll make sure the replacement CGI Thunderhead looks good, yeah. I mean, you'll have a lot of shitty video to work with to create my digital avatar, so yeah, please make it believable. It's the least you can do. Hire a good writer, someone who's appropriately bitter. Or at least someone who understands my impotent rage. Living in San Diego, one day I'm at 7-Eleven grabbing a Slurpee, the little-known San Diego variant of the Slurpee. And some Doritos, and what do I see? I'm gonna guess you saw the fucking Prophet. Whom you cannot kill. Machine Gun Jesus, good guess. Kane himself, getting the Slurpee, walking a Chihuahua. He was on break from Temple Prime. He likes to stop in to San Diego every now and then from Sarajevo. Probably because they sound so similar. And get himself one of those local Slurpees. So I'm thinking I may make this a two-part process. I think that doing the edges would actually be easier after I let this paint cure a little bit. The green blend goes easy, and then the edges are a little bit trickier, so I think I'm going to do the green blend and then come back in and do the edges afterward. I think that's going to be pretty simple. Riot Sister, how you doing?
Hello there.
Let's review our progress for tonight, folks, because it's about that time. And honestly, I've made some pretty good progress tonight. I'm really happy with it. We have glazed and established the base tones across 8 Angel Minnows, which is all the Angel Minnows that I own. We have gotten this far on all 8, which is not bad at all. And then, on 3 of them, we have started to do the green crystals on the base, which I think are coming together pretty dang well. Need to refine the process a little bit, and like I said, I think I'll probably come across the rest of them, do the little green blends, and then wait for them to cure and come back in and do the edges, just because I think that'll be easier than the way I'm doing it right now. I don't paint crystals a whole lot. This is a new thing for me, so I'm just kind of, just kind of working it out. I think they look pretty decent, though. I think they'll look good all in a group once the crystals are done. I definitely want to do more of the green blends, because the phthalo to lemon blend is a really, really vivid one. But then I want to make sure that my edges are nice and clean. And they look pretty good. I've got a bunch of different configurations of them on each base, so... And I might... You could do like a glow effect down in the cracks in the earth, I realize. I hadn't thought about doing that, but... Gee, I wonder why that could possibly be, Merlin. That certainly wasn't on my mind when I made them, no, sir. Nuh-uh, we don't... What's Tiberium? What could that be? We don't know anything about that around these parts. I think this one looks the best so far, and it's just because I did more of the green blend and then just kept it real tight with the edge highlights. Nope. I definitely don't know anything about Command and Conquer. I certainly am not currently working on some terrain that might be loosely inspired by the red zones from Tiberian Sun and Command and Conquer 3, Kane's Wrath. Nope. That's not something that I'm doing. I'm definitely not... I certainly have not been fucking around with doing, Tiberian Sun-style Nod Troopers for a long time. It's definitely not something that I've been working on in 3D space for a little while now that I'm not ready to show yet. I certainly didn't make these fellows a while back. Nope, that definitely wasn't me. By a while back, I mean this was like 5 years ago. And I desperately need to redo these helmets. There it is. I also did a heavy weapons variant that I never got around to painting. But he's got the Nod Trooper helmet and everything on there. And then, of course, there's this conversion that I did a while ago and also never finished painting. So who is this character? Who is this dapper, blonde gentleman? Who in chat can tell me his name? I think he's close enough to the character you should be able to guess who he's meant to be. Thank you, Roland. Somehow I knew it would be Roland. But yes, this is my little converted Anton Slavic. Admiral Holdo. Exactly, Gimishkar. Precisely. Well done. A fantastic guess. I did a conversion for an Oksana Christos too, but I'm not sure what happened to her. I never painted her. Oh, wait, there she is. And I may come back around to actually putting some paint on her, but let's get a little focus in. Her head's a little out of scale, because the head was a replacement, but, you know, for heroic scale, it's not really that far off. Something on my sleeve. I don't have any sleeves. Oh, there's a little bug on my sleeve. Get the fuck off of me. Coming into my house. Jesus. Do a Tanya? And that could be something. An Arnold J. Rimmer with a little H on his forehead. That's, oh my god. Utterly ridiculous. Oh, fair enough, Data Nerd. Fair enough. This was a hassle-free mini, and then I used a different head to swap out for the beret and the ponytail to be Oksana Christos. I might have to paint this, just to complete the pairing. Ace Rimmer? Yeah, he wasn't a hologram. He doesn't have the H on his forehead. Smoke me a kipper, I'll be back for Christmas. Or for breakfast. That's right, that was his fucked up version. Stoke me a clipper, I'll be back for Christmas. Ace Rimmer. What a guy. Clean my brushes here right quick. We have made some goddamn good progress tonight. These models are at, like, honestly, 70%. There's nothing but detailing left to do on them on the crystals, and then on the glow. And that will be all the angel minnows that I need. We need more Michael Bain-based mini. We need more Michael Bain in just everything. I'll never forgive Ridley Scott for for axing the Alien sequel that was going to be starring Michael Biehn. That is really just a tragedy. I don't feel like, oh shit, what's his name? What's the writer-director's name? He did District 9. He did Elysium. He did Chappie. He was working on the Alien sequel. His name is... I hate it when my brain does this. Neil Blomkamp. Thank you very much, Negative Charisma. Yeah. Neil Blomkamp was working on the Aliens sequel, and Ridley Scott stepped in and was like, I would rather use that franchise to tell some bullshit story that I thought up while I was gazing deep into my navel. And we got Prometheus instead. And Prometheus was a big pile of shit, so was Alien Covenant. It's not that the ideas were bad, the ideas were actually very, very interesting and perfectly sound. They just had nothing to do with Alien, and didn't belong in the universe. One of the reasons I know the ideas are perfectly sound, if really, really high-minded and far out there, is because they populate the writing for Raised by Wolves, which is a great show. You met Crichton? Oh, nice. And Holly? No, oh, wow. That's pretty awesome, Merlin. I mean, you know, you, like, live over there, though. That makes sense. Because, I mean, the UK... The island, Britain, is like the size of the North Star Mall in San Antonio, Texas. You could basically walk from one end to the other in a day, right? I'm hoping that gave Merlin just a little, the beginnings of an aneurysm. But yeah, Neil Blomkamp was going to be making an Aliens movie with Michael Biehn as Hicks. And yeah, Ridley Scott like took it away from him as production was ramping up, which is really tragic. Really, really damn tragic. Cover up my oils here so I don't make any messes. Pretty restrained on our color choices today. We've used ivory black, indigo, dioxazine purple. These were our bases. We haven't used any magenta. I was going to, but we haven't. Other than that, we've only used radiant lemon. We used phthalo green. Where's my radiant magenta? What did I do with it? There it is. Radiant magenta and a touch of radiant turquoise. Really not a whole lot, considering these were just base glazes. Let's go ahead and do the storm report, what do you say?
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glorp pate and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's storm report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
If you've got something ready to submit, O'Coral, I'll allow it. Because normally we do have a little bit more of a delay before we start, but I'm just rolling right into it tonight. Move my minnows out of the way or I'm gonna smack him around the damn desk like an idiot. There we go. Oh, it's usually much worse than that, White Wolf, but you know that. You know that. Don't be coy. Gimishkar, you have a fantastic night, my friend. Thank you so much for hanging out. It's always a pleasure to have you in chat.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun.
Don't do it.
Be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't do it. For the love of God. Don't. Please, please, please do not ever post your genitalia in the storm report. Lamunes, how you doing? I am doing well. Thank you so much for saying so. I hope today finds you well as well. That's the sentence I'm trying to speak. Those are the words. That's the meaning. Well wishes all around. Even Chaotic Harmony calls it studio. Yeah, you know, it was a long time ago. It was a long time ago, okay? Here we have from Mafik, late night ramen with a Gelgoog cannon. That is not a sentence I ever expected to read in my life. It's just, yes. A bowl of late night ramen, and then Gelgoog is hanging out over here with his sweet ass shoulder cannon. What a charmed life you lead, Mafik. I recognize this bottle. What is in this bottle? Why do I recognize this bottle? I have this in my cabinet. What do I have in it? Is it chili oil? MSG, just pure MSG? I mean, it could be. I want to say that's a bottle of chili oil. It would make sense because I also put that in my ramen. I'd be intrigued to know. Mafik Klawitz, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. We're just getting busy with our art review segment here. Please pull up a seat and enjoy. Klawitz, I hope you had a good stream, my friend. Let me rearrange my mic here a little bit. Yeah, Chaotic's been busy, like, being an adult, which is, you know, good for him, but I miss him. I miss having Chaotic around. Here we have from the Happy Heretic, calling this Corita boy done until I work up the courage to freehand the Draconis Combine logo. Poor Klawitz is probably stuck in commercials at the moment. They really hit you with some of those. Oh god, I hate it. I hate it when I look and I see I've got like 30 seconds of commercial to watch. It's the worst. What am I going to do for 30 seconds? It's not really enough time to get into anything. I just minimize it on my second monitor and then forget that I was joining a stream and just lurk. I like this. You've done a really good job breaking up the red and picking out some of the panel details, like with this black and the gunmetal silver here. I love the little touches of blue. Hang on, let me see here. Calling him done until you work up the courage to freehand the decals. Decals, my friend. If you really want to push yourself, if you're really trying to get into freehanding, I'm not going to say don't do it, because the best way to get good at freehanding is just to practice it, is just to do a lot of it. And I definitely understand the desire to practice that sort of thing, but don't kick the don't kick water slide decals out of bed just yet. If you can get your hands on some Draconis Combine water slide decals, they make the process so much easier. And I mean, particularly when you're doing a logo, like a military logo that would be spray painted on anyway, and you're trying to have it look the same, you know, between multiple models, there's a lot to be said for just using water slides. I'm liking that red, though. It's a really nice red. I like how you've broken it up. It doesn't just look boring. A lot of times Sword of Light can come out just being like a big, boring red blob unless the painter is fairly clever about it and uses some good highlight colors. All in all, really nice work. I like the silver you've done for the little searchlight pod up here. And good job on the basing, too. That texture is very, very fine, which I think works well at 6mm scale. Nicely done, Happy Heretic. Here we have from Squared, working more on the longbow. I like how the laser and turret lenses turned out. Ooh, I like it too. They're so teeny tiny. They're so teeny tiny. You have a few options on how to do them. Doing a full lensing job where you do both corners can be kind of prohibitive when you've got a lens this tiny, but just the little, the circle of dark with the little super bright spot in the middle, which looks like a light livery green, it's very effective. It is a very, very effective way to do lasers if you don't want to go through the absolute nightmare of trying to lens something that's this small. You fucking fly. Oh my god, there's one. Why? This is just how it's going to be for the rest of the year, I guess. We're just going to have to become friends. I mean, so be it. All in all, really nice work on this. I continue to love how you've divided up the tan with the green and the yellow. I think it's a great color combination. And if I'm not mistaken, Squared, you were saying last time how this is the, did you say arid color combination from Rainy River Designs? I can't remember which package it was. Yeah, I'm engaging advanced fly murdering protocols in preparation for this season. Clawitz, thank you so much for the follow, and thank you again for the raid, my friend. Again, I hope your stream went well. There's like almost no flies are alive right now. These are just the early ones that birth between snowstorms in March, and they come to my office because it's the warmest place in the house, and it drives me absolutely crazy. Arid Legion. Okay. I thought it was something like that, but I couldn't remember the second word. I know it was arid something. Yo, Vergatarung. Yo to you as well. How you doing? Here we have from Shock21. Doesn't get much better than finishing a model, showing it to your kid, and he says, "That's really cool." Oh man, yeah, that's lovely. Their imaginations are so much more pure than ours, and their commentary more honest and less considerate, which in many cases can be a detriment. But when they're just wowed by something, well, you know, their criticism may be completely pure, and so is their praise. I can completely understand. Klawitz, to you as well, my friend. Tired, Vergatarung, you've been working. This is a nice build. This is the Legion one, and it's actually a really nice model. I've built a few of these. The second one I did, I cut out the eyes, and I took a couple of the Imperial officers from, yeah, you can get away with... In fact, the ATST I did, Shock, I'm pretty sure I didn't do anything more complex than airbrushing and dry brushing on it, and I got it to look pretty damn good. And then, you know, a little bit of weathering, like some oil weathering, would go really, really well on it. I cut out the eyes here before I assembled it, and I took two of the little Imperial ATST officers from Imperial Assault, and I stuck them inside here so that their heads were looking out the eyes, and then I put a light kind of like inside it, so that it looked like two little dudes were peeking out of the viewports. It was pretty neat. And then I sold that entire army, and if I'm being completely honest, I regret it. It was a great Imperial army. It looked fantastic. My stormtroopers I was really, really proud of, and I don't know, at the time I was like, a few $100. I'm not really doing anything with this army, but every time I've done that, time passes, and then a few years later I'm like, man, I wish I still had the fruits of my labor. This is why I don't sell models. Really nice build on that, Shock21. Here we have from Data Nerd Wednesday, now that you're reading this on Sunday, we got our first round of duck eggs. Ooh, num 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 num. The birds broke into one, but these three are for us. Ah, lovely little duck eggs. I haven't had duck eggs. I've heard really good things about duck eggs. Oh, Coral, no, that one's still in the box. That would be the third one. I haven't built that one yet. When I get around to building that one, that will be the third of the Legion ATSTs that I've put together. I've heard, like, there are people around here who sell duck eggs, and I keep thinking about stopping in and just grabbing a dozen or so of them to try them out. I don't know. I always tell myself as I'm driving by and I see the sign, I should go do that, but I never think of it when I have the time. I've been talking with the missus. About what sorts of fowl we want to have out here. And, yeah, it would be good to pick you guys' brains a little bit on the duck situation. Because we're looking to get some chickens this spring, and I don't think we're going to launch right into ducks, but it's definitely the sort of thing that we're interested in trying out. Gonna duck out. Oh, gotta do some errands before I go to bed. White Wolf, thank you so much for hanging out. And yeah, hopefully we see you again before the report is over. Here we have from Grim Nation Hobbies. Work has been a bear, and I have not had the time or energy to paint, but sometimes external forces will give you a nudge. You'll be seeing a lot of experimental stuff in the near future. I have a review package of Untold Treasure on its way. Looking for reviewers for our latest release of oil paints for miniatures, scale 75. Oh my. We'd be interested in making a review. Please let us know what you would need. Thank you, Danny Serrano. I gotta be, I'm interested to see where this goes, Grim Nation, but I have to say, I'm concerned to hear that companies are trying to formulate oil paints for miniatures. I'm concerned. Because their first instinct as people who sell to mini painters is to make, like, little proprietary pigment blends with stupid fucking names. And Scale 75 is one of the worst perpetrators of the nonsense names for proprietary pigment blends. If they are taking feedback from you, Grim Nation, please encourage them to just put the goddamn name of the pigment as the name of the paint. Like, I don't know what they're going to do to the paint to formulate it for miniatures specifically. I assume it will be pre-thinned, but my experiences with pre-thinning oil paints in plastic screw-top bottles is just that they dry the fuck out. That much solvent is not really a stable way. So it's not thin. They're going to be selling tubes of paint? Okay, that's fine. And it's supposedly artist-grade oil paint. Okay, that's fine. Well, I'll tell you what. I won't put too much time or energy into thinking about all the ways that they could fuck this up. I'm just going to hope that they do a good job, and I'm going to look to you, Grim Nation, for some news on that. But if it's artist-grade oil paint in a tube and it's not thinned, what would the difference be between oil paints for miniatures and just any given artist oil paint? This is one of the things I like about oil painting is I'm not in any way required to buy specifically formulated miniature versions of these paints. I can just buy the tubes of paint and use them. It's the same paint that any oil artist would use. And see, Mark UK, that's what I'm thinking. I'm starting to think that all that they're going to bring is the logo, which I don't give a shit about. I don't fucking care if I'm buying scale 75 oil paint. I fear that they're going to do to oil paint exactly what they did to acrylic paint, which is create this little insular sub-market that is specifically marketed towards people who don't know what they're talking about to get them to pay more money. Yeah, we'll see. 6 to 8 hour dry time and every one of their paints dries matte, supposedly. Really though? I don't need 6 to 8 hour dry. I can get 6 to 8 hour dry time just by thinning my paints properly though. Maybe not 8 hours completely cured, but dry, sure. And as far as being matte, I can just matte varnish. Like, again, I'm going to try not to be too cynical. I'm going to try not to think of all the ways that they could fuck this up. I'm going to try not to think about how useless it sounds. And I'm going to go with, I'm glad that I know you, Grim Nation, because you can tell me how true these things are before I get in any way excited about it. How about that? Merlin Models, you have a fantastic evening. Thank you so much for hanging out. 2 times the price. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, too. Here we have from Splintered Brush Studio, Cruel Boys Break Boss Commission for Mini Wargaming. Oh, my. Look at that. I love all the color choices on here, Splintered Brush. And this is, this is a great example of temperature composition, too. Warm, cool, warm, cool, warm, cool, warm, cool. It's just all the way to the top. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. It ensures that each and every one of these colors, relatively simple as they are, though with some good depth, particularly in the blues and some of the browns, it ensures that each one of them really stands out. You really see each part of the model, and I love the what you've done with the wood texturing on the clubs here. This is lovely. Rio, welcome in. How you doing? Get into game shops and not just hobby shops. That's probably it, Desert Owl, but again, they do that and they mark it up. Then you're just paying a premium for a brand name and for, okay. That might be the best thing that comes of it. That might be the best thing that comes of it, Desert Owl, is this will be a product that game store owners will stock. Because as it is right now, if you tell your game store owner, oil painting minis is great, all you need to do is order a bunch of stuff from Winsor & Newton, which none of your suppliers carry. Yeah, they're not going to do that. They're absolutely not going to do that. They go with acrylic paints because acrylic paints are, their suppliers have them, their suppliers have the tools, their suppliers have the solvents, their suppliers have the brushes, they have everything that you need. So, admittedly, yeah, if Scale 75 starts marketing this to game stores and creates a product line that they can order and stock reliably and feel confident selling to their customers, this is an overall net positive for the hobby. $20mm tubes are more expensive than Series 1 Winsor & Newton. Okay. Well, I guess that's the answer. It's going to get more people into oil painting, and they're going to spend a lot more fucking money, and I'm going to continue buying my gamblins. Lovely work, Splintered Brush. We always love seeing your work here, dude. Oh, here we have from the Cookie Mama, Krita with mouse. Like the starfield in the corner, use textured brushes and blended around. Oh yeah, the starfield is nice. Oh, this is very pleasant, isn't it? I don't know much about like mandalas. I look at this and I feel like if I looked at more of these, if I had a greater appreciation for the art form, I'd be able to deliver some more meaningful commentary or critique. I can only really appreciate it in the most base level, but I'm loving the progression of the colors. This purple surrounded by the blue coming out into this lovely halfway point, the teal between the blues and the greens and the little orange spots here in the green, which stand out so nicely. And there's kind of like a lacy effect in here, which is pretty neat. And these are interesting. These little sort of ochre yellow swirls in between the teal petals. All in all, lovely. Lovely work, Cookie Mama. Again, I wish that I could offer you better commentary on it, more directed commentary on it, but I enjoy seeing it. And thank you for sharing your art with us. And please, people, I know that we do mini painting here, but I love art. Any kind of art that you're getting up to, please feel free to share it with me. Again, I won't necessarily have the most meaningful or erudite commentary on it, but I would like to see it. And I think everyone would. Spent some of your shill money on the oil so you can do a non-sponsored review. Yeah. That's something that occurs to me, too, Grim Nation Hobbies. Every time I hear that a company has sent product to somebody to do a review, and I know that this probably isn't always true. Hang on, let me read this. Look at ma, I done made art. But really, all I did was trace over some renders for some real quick and dirty line art. Don't zoom in. For the Hermit and the Ruffian. At this point, all my physicals are ready to go, so it's just laying out all the groundwork for the digital stuff to get done now, and I am excited to see how that's going to pan out. These are so cool. These are going to be your STL samplers, and I'm excited about it. Anytime I see that somebody's doing a sponsored review, I inherently don't trust it. Because, like, even if the person who's asking for the review says, please feel free to give a bad review, it's like, you have to know that if someone sends you a product to review and you come back with, well, this kind of sucks for these reasons, they're probably just never going to send you anything again. Like, really? Really? They'd have to be kind of masochistic to go back to that person. From a purely money-making marketing business perspective, you're gonna hunt for the people who say the best things. You don't want people who say good things dishonestly, because then people are gonna buy the product and know that they were full of shit. But you want people who are gonna point out the best parts of it. I guess that's true, Datron. And maybe my perspective on it is skewed. I just know that from a consumer point of view, when I see that a review is sponsored, I am inherently distrustful of that review. Maybe that's just me being cynical, you know? Yeah, and that's exactly it, Grim Nation. But I'll be very, very interested to see what your assessment of them is, ultimately. Nobody sends me shit to review. Nobody sponsors me with fucking anything. Because I just sit here talking shit about other companies. CGL ain't gonna send me shit because I'm over here like, they're bad businessmen and douchebags. And of course they're gonna send me a model and be like, please say nice things about it. Wapple will be reviewing them too. Now, yeah, I'll have a hard time not trusting Wapple. Considering how... Oh, okay, no, wait, I got two people calling me out, and very fairly. People do send me shit. Yeah, CGL doesn't want customer reviews. CGL wants fuzzy pictures from far away. They want nobody to get their hands on it. Unless it's like DFA Wargaming, so they can go, it's amazing, I don't know what I'm looking at, but it's amazing! I shouldn't say mean things about them. They're nice guys. Yeah, exactly. Wapple does not need their shit. Wapple does not need their promotion. Wapple doesn't, like, with someone like Wapple, they're the ones who are lucky to get their paints into his hands and not the other way around. So I'm very inclined to trust reviews from someone as high up as him. Oh, let's go ahead and take a look at what we've got next from Mafik. Sometimes I'm quite scared letting you guys create things like this. Arden during his visit to the factory number 432, somewhere in the Glaucus region. This is the BDX 217 Ogre. Giant mobile suit with extra heavy armor. Thus the combination of the Xeon mobile suit artillery, Zamel, and the Titans, the O. Weighs 2,030 tons, good god, same height as a Federation land ship Big Tray. Has a hover system like a Dom and carries a 130mm Gat gun. Was produced, only 700 of them were produced due to lack of resources in that time during the Blessing Age. Only 45 survived and were placed under the 120th Fortress Corps. The reactor of this fat fuck... Sometimes I make adjustments to what Mafik writes just for the sake of, like, readability and translation for English grammar, but I'm never not gonna read that. The reactor of this fat fuck is the same reactor used for a space warship. He's even got, like, a big ol' hanging gut on him. Yeah. Damn. He's a big boy, isn't he? I like his sort of like peaked. He's got like a mitre on for his helmet, you know, like the Pope wears. That's pretty hot. I dig it. Like he was kind of reaching around his belly here. He's got like a Jabba thing going on. I want to believe that his belly opens up to deploy like tanks or something. Thank you for the stick figure for scale. Much appreciated. 130mm Gat gun in case you had any doubts about which weapon that was over here on the arm. Oh lord, he coming. Saw someone saying that the CGL minis had better definition and detail because they were not 3D printed. What? 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 Better definition and detail because they're not 3D printed? What the fuck? I did not consent to being made into a mech, right? A lot of us are feeling attacked right now. Also, it is apparently cold out there because he's got some nip guns rocking. I like the big, nasty fucking reactors sticking out of his back. Mafik, this is maybe my favorite detail here, complete with like a coolant hose coming down here. Tomino's the O2 Howler. I'm not familiar with that one. Yeah, I can see the Mancubus vibes. Definitely with the arms and the big, the particularly, like, you did the armor plates in such a way that they look like fat rolls. And I have to say, I love it. Of course he hovers. Of course he's rocking the hover round. He's like a giant mobile suit with a fucking mobility scooter to get him around. First of all, and I don't need to assess the... I don't need to say any of this because all of you probably know it, but I'm going to say one or two things. I can 3D print things with much finer detail than you're going to find on any of these soft-featured CGL. We've determined they're not PVC. What plastic did we ultimately decide that they're made from? I don't remember, but they're very PVC-like soft plastic. And they are 100 fucking percent 3D printed masters that they then cast. Or rather, mold and then cast. That's the production process. Look, Thunderhead. If you're going to be irritated about the fact that people on the internet are ignorant about 3D printing, you're gonna be angry all the time. You're gonna be angry always, for all of eternity. So we have to just kind of agree right now to let it go. Okay? All right. Sure. Yeah. Let's do that. Yeah. Fucking Games Workshop 3D prints their models. Now, I can remember a time when I had someone telling me, as I pointed out, look, those are print lines on the prototype that Games Workshop is showing you right there. Look, that's a print line. I had them come back and say, oh no, those are sculpted to look like weld beads. They were fucking print lines. They print their prototypes. Everybody prints their Why would they not print their prototypes? What company on earth would choose to hand sculpt their fucking minis in a world where they can 3D sculpt, 3D print prototypes, and then change them to suit their ultimate needs? Folks, 3D printing is the future. Everybody sees that. All the companies see that. And anyone who tells you that 3D printing isn't as good as XYZ process is either an idiot or stands to profit from you believing that fucking nonsense. In other words, our miniatures are slightly degraded versions of 3D printed models. Yes, that's exactly what they are. But we're going to claim that our miniatures are better than 3D printed models. In other words, our miniatures are better than themselves. I can picture some simpering little shit actually trying to sell that line. Here we have from Furion. Follow Dana Howell's recipe for a red and gold scheme that used blue-green emerald here. Bounce lighting. Brown ochre base with an emerald green reverse zenithal. Oh, I see. The green/brown blend makes for a very interesting gold, but one absolutely intolerant of mistakes. Vallejo flat flesh and pale sand highlights on the gold really helps to sell it, but need to be carefully glazed. I was too heavy-handed. Turns out the red and gold are apparently the colors for the Royal Guard for House Arano. I was going to say that. Well, after I got to the end of this, I was going to point out that this is, the House Arano. So, yeah, that's what I was making the whole time. You absolutely meant to do that. Yeah, you knew about House Arano, you've played the game, you're a big fan of the Lady Arano. I get it, man. Kamea is the shit. Everybody loves Kamea Arano. Yeah, I'd buy that to Square. Circular reasoning. Does casting in general provide less detail in 3D printing, or is it more that plastic is more soft when casting? There is no one answer to that. Sehul Pinu. There are different ways of doing molds. There are different materials that you can cast in that can hold sharper or better detail. It depends largely on what you're going to be casting them in. As far as the yeah, you're missing out on the metal fracture lines from an exploded print mold. It's a multifaceted answer, ultimately. Any tips for getting better contrast with warm red? First of all, these are lovely. Really, you did a wonderful job on these. Super duper effective, fairly simple, nice, rich red. So you want to get a better contrast with warm red? Green shadows. Now you've already got some green as far as your underlight here, but just something as simple as when you're doing your panel lining, mix a bit of green in with whatever it is that you're using. Take your black and mix a bit of green in there, and that little bit of subtle temperature contrast, that the complementary nature of red and green will make the red appear to be more vivid. I mean, it already appears to be more vivid because you have this green down here. That is gorgeous. That really is. Nice, simple, effective lensing on the catapult cockpit here. I really like the red that you've got. Yeah, I'm ignoring the fact that the base isn't finished. I'm ignoring the fact that this is all pure green because I assume that this is going to be another color with some of the green in it to be the lighting that is being reflected up. So and I've kind of since I've started doing the storm report, I've kind of been trying to teach myself to do that, is to just like factor certain parts of the model completely out when I'm looking at it, because so many times someone will show me a mini like, oh, I haven't done the basing yet. It's like, well, that's going to change the look of the whole mini, but let me just picture it. Let me just picture it with something else. If I picture it with like a yellow, you know? Yeah. If this, coming in here, if this ends up being something kind of yellowish, kind of warm, then all of this is going to pop like crazy. And I think that is actually going to push your red a little bit higher. I think your red looks great, and I wouldn't worry about pushing it anymore until you've decided on what your basing is going to be, because this is going to change the perception of the entire figure. The entire figure, Furion, gorgeous work. Here we have from Grim Nation Hobbies. Since Thunder is scared of wind, we get to post another picture, so I guess I'll post some actual art. Here's my entry for the MPG Challenge. Cloth texture, primary color purple, secondary color green. Wanted to paint him up with my brownish flesh that makes Thunder uneasy. It does, I don't like it. But it wouldn't have been a valid entry then. No, just to make him feel inadequate, 2 hours. Oh, I'm so adequate. So adequate. Lovely work, though. Lovely on the face. I'm getting like a Ner'zhul vibe out of this guy. Is this supposed to be a particular character? Not Ner'zhul, Gul'dan, maybe? Maybe that's just when I think like Orc Warlock, I guess I just think Gul'dan. It's just because I'm like a Warcraft 1 and 2 fanboy. Furion, I hope that's helpful. And yeah, I'd love to see it with the base so that I could give it a more thorough examination. Everybody's buffering like crazy? Oh, yeah. No, that makes sense. I am having some connection issues from the look of things. Oh, we're back into the green. Is that better? I was in the red for a minute there. It is Gul'dan? Okay. I said Ner'zhul first, and then I remembered that that's from Warcraft 3. I was definitely thinking Gul'dan, the original Orc Warlock. Are we still buffering? Because that was showing up on my end too. That was a genuine issue, but it should have been sorted by now. Now I'm skipping through time. I recommend everyone refresh the page. Yeah, hopefully refresh will bring you back current. I'm gonna keep going. The skin tones on this are really nice. The glowing red eyes are a nice touch, but the skin tone on here it's a very, very subtle brownish green, and I love the purple that you have in here for the lips. This is so lifelike and so believable. Bringing the skulls out to that nice like bright ivory crisp highlight really helps to sort of frame the rest of the bust, and really good work on his beard as well. Seems to be okay now. Fantastic. Yeah, it dropped me up. It dropped me into the red for my kilobyte upload for a minute there. So it's not entirely surprising. My bitrate tanked. Okay, I'm gonna keep going then, since people are actually catching up now. But yeah, this Gul'dan bust, fucking amazing work, particularly for 2 hours. Gorgeous. Gorgeous work, Grim Nation. But you always have gorgeous work. So the story here is that some friends want to get into more tabletop stuff, and I'm setting up a tabletop thing this weekend with Gaslands, and some friends have interest in Legions. I'm repainting both sides of the OG Trilogy starter box, minus Vader, because the cat liked eating him. Oh, poor Anakin. Really looking forward to both. That's fucking awesome. Legion's a good game to start people with, honestly. It's a well-designed game, and it's pretty simple to teach. I maintain that it's, painting-wise, a difficult one, because it's like, here, paint a bunch of canon color schemes and lots of glossy black and white armor and glowing lightsabers, which is some of the more difficult things that there are to paint. But, Ren tends to go for his own thing. We've got some purple stormtroopers in here, for instance, so maybe you won't have that issue so much. It's definitely a great place to start rules-wise. Oh, look at all them gas. Yeah, you've got a lot of gaslands. They're going to enjoy the hell out of that. Ren, keep on spreading the word. Carry the torch. Carry the flame. Pass on the hobby. Here we have from Shock21, because I got a second, here's a work in progress of a dirty old troll. After the base, I went with a purple wash before I realized I was better off with brown, so it's got both. Still have to do the crystals and the eyes. Suggestion for making it a bit less shiny / more grubby. So my suggestion is going to be a matte varnish. Don't worry too much about the finish as you are continuing to lay down paints. Just worry about the colors. And then come in after the fact with a matte varnish. You can do like a matte varnish out of a rattle can. I would recommend something that you can either brush on or airbrush on. My personal favorite matte varnish at the moment is Vallejo Mecha Varnish. It's one of the better matte varnishes that I've found, but that's usually how I control it. Another thing you can do is sort of control how it's going to dry by using an acrylic medium and everything that you're putting down. Many washes are going to dry kind of glossy. I don't recommend a lot of Games Workshop products, but their Lamian medium actually dries to, it's not quite matte, it's more satin, but it's less glossy than this, and you could in theory just kind of brush that over the surface. But yeah, no, I think this is a good opportunity to learn about varnishing and controlling your finishes. All in all, really nice work on that. Good application of the wash. Yeah, you could try dry brushing it. I was trying to think, like, what's an easier method that doesn't involve having an airbrush or using a rattle can? And yeah, Vergaderung is on the right path with that. Dry brushing over the top of this with a brighter highlight color could help to deaden down that shine, particularly on the big wide areas. What would I come in with over this kind of pinkish, like a fleshy pink? Something like that would probably go pretty well. If you dry brush the whole thing in kind of a dark skin tone, that would probably work, and then the purple undertone would just serve as sort of a lividity. A very light dry brushing. You could do a pretty heavy dry brushing, honestly. No, we're talking about acrylics, Grim Nation. Calm yourself. Calm yourself. Yeah. I would go, I mean, you know, start with an out-of-the-way area, like the back of his heel or something, and try different levels of dry brushing to see what you like, Shock21. Honestly, you could do a pretty heavy dry brush on this guy and just get an interesting skin tone out of the whole affair. Pastel peaches and cream, I could see that. That could work. And yeah, a matte varnish would... I tend to, like I said, I tend to not worry much about the finish, the surface finish of any of my models, because I like to control that at the very end with a varnish. But yeah, if you're not gonna do that, I would say dry brushing over your washes, or you could mix, before you do your washes, you could put a few drops of a matte medium into them, which will often help to cut that gloss a little bit. Either, any of those should work. I would try the dry brush first, Shock, and see how you like it. Here we have from Crossbow Roof. So a good long while ago I shared this image of a massive Kraken I printed for a friend for his D&D campaign. 28mm scale fighter at the bottom for scale. The campaign ended up on hold due to severe illness in one of the players. I'm sorry to hear that. Said player has recovered. Excellent. And they can finally move on to the big encounter. However, my friend hasn't painted up the Kraken yet. He now had 2 weeks to paint this huge thing. Well, he did it, and he did it quite impressively, I might add. The eyes still need to be finished, but this should scare his players. If I get an update on how the session went and the reactions from the players before the storm report closes, I will update this post. That's a really neat print. That's a big, nasty-looking son of a bitch, too. I like the ridges of spikes, kind of like the comb You know, on a squid, they have those long heads and they have those kind of frilly combs on the side that they use to move through the water. They use those to move through the water, don't they? I know they, like, fill themselves with water and then they shoot it out to propel themselves, but I'm pretty sure those little fins on the sides also help to guide and propel them. I don't really know much about squid anatomy. I'm just kind of talking out of my ass. Oh, man. Oh, man. That's pretty cool. I like all the nasty, dirty skin tones that he put in here. This looks great. Yeah, get some evil-looking eyes put on there. Is he gonna, like... He's gonna, like, conceal it for a while, and then when they encounter the Kraken, he's gonna reveal it from under the table? That's always, like, the best moment as a DM. No update on the scenario yet. Once I get it, I will post to the Minis Painting channel. I am looking forward to seeing that. Yeah, the round mouth with the inward-facing teeth is particularly unsettling. Every time I see one of those on a monster, I just always think, like, oh, you're never coming out of there. You're pretty much in there for good. Oh, God. Yeah, big yellow octo eyes. Yeah, big, nasty yellow eyes. Maybe with, like, some red in them. You know, like, yellow eyes with a red rim around a, Ooh! You could do, like, a goat pupil. That would be cool, right? You know how goats have those barbell pupils? They're really, really unsettling. Take the goat pupil and rotate it vertically and then do a red rim and then yellow around that. That might be too much. That might be too much. That's just what pops into my head as something that would look really cool. They have no idea it's coming. Oh, that'll be exciting. Yeah, just glue on some giant googly eyes. Sure, listen to Desert Owl. That never goes wrong. Here we have from Squared, more Jackbox nonsense. We really should play on stream sometime. You know, maybe we will. Maybe we will. Have I seen cephalopod eyes? Not to my knowledge. Do they look weird? Maybe I've seen them and I'm like, I've never really looked close at them. Do they have a very particular eye shape? I just like goat eyes. I like that unsettling barbell thing that they have. I always feel like that's a good opportunity for monsters and inhuman things. I give horrible memorial service to crabs. I take in 50 years. Horrible memorial service to crabs. That's just cooking them. Some are W's. Ugh. Alright, now I'm going to have to look this up after the stream. Here we have from Lore Friendly. Today was a bit of a slower day, just getting the first layer of red on these 5. Think once I clear out the HQs and get to the troops, I'll go faster. The HQs have enough bits crossing over themselves that it's a pain to paint, but it must be done. A couple people at my local game store are getting a team together to play in the team tournament at Nova, so need to get my army painted for that. That's a neat scheme, though. It really is such a striking and cool scheme for Necrons, and particularly in 40k armies, particularly amongst the Necrons who tend to be fairly monochrome. A good-looking scheme that incorporates red like this, that's going to stand out on the table. Absolutely worth the work that's going in on this. Consider trying oil washes. Consider trying oil washes, Lore Friendly. It, like, particularly on Necrons, like, you might not have to do much more work on them past this if you did an oil wash of, like, a couple of dark colors from top to bottom here, like some blue-blacks. Games Workshop models are excellent candidates for oil washes because they have deep, crisp details, because they are designed by people who paint minis and who know what minis need to have to be painted effectively. Yeah, it's not... It's not that goats themselves are scary, Rio. It's that their eyes are horrifying as they faint because you shout at them. Hang on, let me click on this. Oh, okay, yes, I have seen their eyes. I guess I've just not looked that closely at their horrible, horrible pupils. Ugh. Oh no. Let's keep going. Here we have from Wheezy. My next project is a mech from the Belt Pirates as a gift. Did a quick and dirty test with some stippling of different colors to create the galaxy effects. I think the approach will work, but I'd love some ideas or tips. Again, this was very quick and there's plenty of room for improvement, but I think it works as a proof of concept. The white stars have a lot of room for improvement, but I really didn't focus on those. This looks really good. Did you use the brush spackling method is my question, Wheezy. It looks like you might have done it, but not as thickly or as effectively as you possibly could. I'm loving the nebula effects. Really good choice of colors. These look fucking great. My 2 suggestions for continuing this. First of all, don't be afraid of green. Green nebula. Right now you've got a red and a purple. If you mix in a green every here or there, you've also got some blue down here. If you mix in some green, you're really going to be nailing that whole galaxy effect. And if you haven't done it, which it looks like maybe you have, the best way to do star fields, in my opinion, is to take like an old toothbrush, or just buy a toothbrush for this purpose. Just buy a cheap toothbrush, something with good stiff bristles on it, and not too stiff like a fresh toothbrush, basically. And dip the end of that in some white paint, and then flick your finger back across it. Like, I've got one here that I use for the purpose, and I would dip this in white paint like so, and I would hold the model here, and then take it and do this. And when it flicks back toward the model, it's just going to fling little micro particulates of white paint, and that's going to give you a nice random super tiny white dot pattern. Don't do it on the model first. Practice with it on some spare pieces to get the density that you want down. And then once you've done it, like the more stylized one with some of the stars with the cross pattern, see, that's what I'm getting to for Godarun, because once you've done that, what I'll usually do is I'll come into the larger stars that get put down, like this one here and this one here, maybe some down here, and I will do a little bit of that lens flare glare where they look like they're kind of in a cross pattern. Just come in and pick out 1 or 2 and do like a little X cross there and a little X cross here, just to kind of pick them out, make them look like they're kind of pulsing or shining brighter than the other ones. And if you do that, one here, one down here, you get kind of just a more exciting star pattern. I am loving the nebulas, though. What you're doing here for the nebulas, this is working. This is working well. Continue doing this, and I'm going to tell you, mix in a little green. Mix in a little green. It's going to help to set off the rest of the colors and really get that galaxy effect, All in all, though, Wheezy, you're doing a great job. Keep it up. Here we have from Sahul Pinu. Decided to test out my new makeup brushes and got this. Tried a few things like eyeballing highlights and changing up the fur color, debating if I want to keep the armor as is with just a wash. Neither the mail or fur is highlighted. My current idea is to either only fix up the spikes to make less bleh, or run over everything with a heavy dry brush of blade steel for the spiky armor bits to keep some of the leather for a coppery look. Mix up the other red with some black, throw it on the tips of the spikes. I mean, the skin's looking nice. I kind of like the rusty look for the mail. I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something, Pinu. Move on from this mini. I would say do a very, very light dry brush on the metal parts, like the mail, with the silver, leaving a lot of the brown, but just picking up the texture with the silver, like the spikes here and the rings here. If you really felt like it, maybe do sort of a peach to a warm white like an ivory dry brush on the fur just to pick it up and separate it. But after that, I would call this mini done. You've been working on this one for a while, and honestly, it looks really cool. I love the blue skin tone. Try something new. Try something new and see if that doesn't kind of inspire you a little bit more. Love the skin and the rusty mail, plus the more brown gray worked better than I thought for the musty fur. You just want a little bit of a highlight to pick up the fur texture, and it's the same thing here. You want it that mostly that rusty color, but dry brushing silver very, very lightly. And this is a good opportunity to learn how to do a really, really light dry brush. You only want it to pick up the texture. And a good way to test this is on the back of your hand. If you're wearing like a rubber, like a nitrile glove, you can use that, or you can just use the back of your hand as is. You know that your dry brush has the right amount of paint on it when you can drag, like press and pull as if you were dry brushing your hand. You don't want to see streaks of paint. You just want the paint to pick up the texture of your skin. So practice getting to that point. That is just the right point. to be dry brushing. Moldy green dry brush on the fur, yeah, green could work, certainly. Just something to kind of pick it out and help it show up more. And here's the thought too, don't feel the need to dry brush across the entire area of the fur. Just dry brush the edge. Like, just dry brush the edge where it's hanging away from the male, and then hit the male with a little bit of silver, and leave kind of a dark border between the two areas. I think you'll like the look of that. I'd say give that a try, and then I want you to do another mini. I want you to move on to something fresh and see if that doesn't fire you up to try some new things, Pino. Absolutely. Test my dry brush on my fingertip. If you see the raised ridges of your fingerprint, you're there. Yeah, that's the same thing, Bulldozer. Same idea. You can use the texture of your fingertip. I use the back of my thumb, usually, like right here, because you've got, all of your skin has texture. And you can also do it with, like I said, like a nitrile glove. They almost always have a little subtle texture to them, and if you do it and you're picking up the texture, you're getting it right. Thinking of trying layering next, and the skin made me feel better about it. The skin looks great. Honestly, the skin looks fantastic. Really, really nice work on that. Here we have from the Cookie Mama. For my second pick, I'll go ahead and add Kirby at the Golden Corral. Posted this in General Art Channel, but it makes me giggle even now. It's an older piece from last September, but watercolor on watercolor paper might be a little gouache / gel pen for the white, like you do. Kirby Irby at the Golden Corral. Why, it's an angry trash can. Furion, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you for the support, my friend. This is fucking silly. This is utterly silly, and I approve of it. I like that it's the old style super jank Irby on top of everything else. Yeah. What's the last video that Tex has done? Anyhow. I haven't watched anything from him in a while. Here we have from Sphere. Trying to finish this guy up and getting close. Might try and push the red some more. Gonna add some wear and tear to the pipe. Also, I'm gonna say wear and tear on the pipe, yes. Pushing the red, no. I mean, obviously you can if you want to. It's your model. You can do anything you want. If you want to push this red, don't bring it higher. Don't try to go redder with your highlights. Deepen your shadows and put some green into your shadows. If you put a little bit of green into your shadows and you, instead of trying to bring the red higher, push the shadows deeper, that's gonna make your red look better. As far as weathering on the pipe, yes, do that. That's a great idea. That's a fantastic idea, because right now it does look a little bit too clean, and it's all these greens, some browns and some reds and some rust would go a long way. Also, really gather a lot of that rust and that brown and that red down here where these skulls are all webbed to it. It'll just make this all look more like a nasty nest, you know? He's been streaming really, he streams? I have never ever caught any of his streams. Interesting. All in all, it's a really lovely paint job, Sphere. Like, I know I've complimented it before. I love the color combinations. I like how simple and effective it is. But I'm definitely going to say, push the shadows of the red deeper and add green into them. I think you will like what that does to your red. If you continue to try to push the red higher, you're going to veer into orange or pink, and I don't think you want to do that. I do not think you want to do that. Red is a damn tricky color, and I would hate for you to lose that lovely kind of Wild Rider red that you've got going on there. Just make sure all my models pose on freshly installed pipes. Save me the work of weathering. Yeah, you know, it's a nice new facility. Well, yeah, mastering the algorithm there, Datrin, is famously difficult. Here we have from No Fox to Give. 9 hours later, Nakmund's terrain is built, and I've begun work on the Legionnaires. Oh, man. These are some nice terrain kits. As someone who truly loves wargaming terrain, these are some damn nice kits. I still think they're overpriced, but if you can get a good deal on them, they're very well built. It really works, Severe. If you doubt it, just try it on like one leg. Try it on one leg of the model, something where you could comfortably come in and fix it later. But I'm telling you, mix some green. And I'm not saying like a bright green shadow. I mean, barely perceptible. Just mix some green into, like, take a really, really dark red, or even your base red and some black and some green, and mix them together. You'll be surprised at what it can do. Yeah, the crane is nice. And they're able to do really, really fine, spindly pieces like this because they're all styrene cast. That's hard to beat as far as durability for fine pieces. Getting a strong Factorio vibe. Now that is one hell of an inserter right there, with a skull on the end of it too, for that matter. Oh, here we have from Roland, working on the old Dr. Pepper mech, as it were. Oh, good old DP. Really liking the contrast work on this one, Roland. To see these dark spots here on the chest panels and the edges being picked out, this is looking real nice. See, now we're moving. We are moving from nice, clean base coats to some well-done contrast shading. This is very, very effective here, and very, very effective right here. If you are practicing your washes and your contrast shading, you are doing an excellent job. Keep doing this. Keep doing more of this, and introduce some more complementary and contrasting colors. We get some yellows in here. All these greens are going to start to pop even more. Maybe a black wash on the silver parts, and then touch them up with a bright silver. That would look really, really nice. Good work, Roland. Love the Dr. Pepper non-metallic. Yeah, really, really great work on your NMM here on the Dr. Pepper can. I have to say, like, I really believe this light source right here. It's sharp. You know, the blend doesn't go out too far. Like, I can see this light source being directly behind my head. Perfect. Perfectly done. Oh my god, is that a bottle of Dansk Mjød? Oh, it is, isn't it? Is that Viking's blood, by chance? Oh, Roland. You man of culture and style, you. I love that shit. Here we have from Bridget Wolf. Let's play the Make Thunderhead Hungry on Stream game. I don't like this game. I'm not a fan of this game. Tonight I present to you our dinner: chicken ramen topped with herb-encrusted baked chicken, sautéed mushrooms, corn, and soft-boiled eggs that have been steeped in the ramen broth to well absorb the flavor prior to serving. Ooh, I promise you there's a packet of Maruchan instant ramen under there. The broth was upgraded using butter, rosemary, garlic powder, and soy sauce. You know, it's good. It's good right now that I know that out in the kitchen, like, there is an amazing hot chicken experiment going on with an air fryer, because I would be irritated right now if I didn't know what I was going to be eating. This does look delicious, though. Oof. Oh. You can see little bits of the ramen poking through. The mushrooms are what are really getting me. I'll bet those are just fucking delicious. Butter and garlic in the noodle. Oh my god, that does sound delicious, Bridget. And then Roland sharing a couple of classic dogs with us today. Damn, those buns look good, too. They're just split right open in the middle, aren't they? Not even end to end. Wait, are those dogs? What's in there? I just realized I see lots of business going on here. But I don't necessarily see a Frank. This could be something else. There's like a grilled jalapeno next to it here. Yeah, that's right. It's Polish night. So there is likely a hunk of kielbasa down in there. Yeah, that's what they're saying. It's an herb-encrusted baked chicken. Oh god, let's just keep going. I'm not gonna focus too much on. Oh god, here we go. We've entered the food section. I hate this section. Yesterday I had molcajete, which is grilled cactus. Oh, okay. It tasted like a soggy pepper, but without the spicy. Also had steak, flank steak maybe, chicken and chorizo with some sort of gravy. Actually doesn't sound bad. Soggy pepper, but I'm a big fan of like grilled green and yellow peppers. Yeah, that does look like a nice piece of flank steak and a grilled jalapeno. Interesting. I've never had it, but I would certainly try it. I would certainly give that a shot. Everyone's gonna come down this way for the Crash Site Festival so we can all party and I can cook. That could be fun. I'm also a fan of the Wurst Fest that happens in Texas, the annual salute to sausage. Here we have from Splintered Brush Studio, and aren't I glad to see... I love seeing Splintered Brush's stuff posted here. Splintered Brush is a great painter. Like, we have a lot of painters of a lot of skill levels posting here, and I have to say, I am always glad when I see the high-level painters posting here. It's just... It's great to have examples of some of these high-level paint jobs to talk about, because they generally give me a lot to sort of analyze. Like, the mini works, the question for me is always, why does it work? And this is a good opportunity often for me to show some things that maybe I talked about as far as composition or shading. Say, look, this is what they did here. This is just a gorgeous damn mini. That yellow that you've chosen, that kind of desaturated, tannish yellow, is a wonderful, wonderful look for, I'm assuming, Imperial Fists. I can't see the chapter logo. I'm going to assume that we're looking at an Imperial Fist here. Primarch, it says on his cloak. Really nice freehand here. Gorgeous. Gorgeous blues. And this is a good example of how you can get really carried away with fabric sometimes. We have to remember that fabric is... depending on the fabric, but often fabric tends to absorb more light than it reflects. So you're not going to wind up with sharp highlights. You're going to wind up with these very broad areas of color, and then little bits of highlighting where you're picking up a fold. And a lot of that is mostly a shadow. This isn't even really a highlight, because if you look, this highlight color is the same as your broad color down here. This is mostly adding in a shadow. Right there. This desaturated yellow next to the black. Oh my god. Looks like basing made out of cork, I'm guessing. I love the little bit of lensing here. The little... okay, as far as color composition goes, this is... oh my god, this warm brown black is so kind of chocolatey and pleasing. The skin tones are so very, very smooth. And I gotta say, what makes all this work, what makes this desaturated yellow and this warm black work, right here, and right here, and here. Also, it's these splashes of color, these little focal points, that make the whole thing just work. That and the fact that Splintered Brush clearly has a keen sense of where his light sources are. Because everything here reads very naturally as far as a flat surface being illuminated. Really, yeah, the yellow is absolutely gorgeous. I usually go for something more saturated with my yellows, but this comes out to like a nice lemon for the highlights, and it's just gorgeous. I really like the warm black that you've chosen, that kind of chocolatey brown. For the backpack, for the chest eagle, for the rims on the shoulder pads. This is just lovely. Just lovely. And that freehand. And remember, folks, freehand like this, don't be afraid of it. Don't be afraid of it. It's a series of simple shapes combined to make something that is overall more complex. Also, TL Security, welcome in, dude. It's good to see you. I'm doing great. But I mean, really, take some time and examine freehands like this, because this whole thing here looks very complex, but it's a line, it's part of a circle, it's another part of a circle. Same thing, done twice. We got a little sweep here, we got a little sweep here, we got a little... like, these are all individually very simple naturalistic shapes. It's just in learning how to do one, and then to do another. Start with one, and then do another on top of it. And then take a little jaunt outside of that for a little swoop. Is gorgeous work. And that red, that one spot of red, look how vivid it looks by the very nature of it being kind of by itself, and also the colors that it's surrounded by. God damn. Thank you for posting, Splintered Brush. I always love seeing your work. Here we have from Paradox Mark 1. I want to thank everyone for suggestions on basing and finishing these figures. Super happy with the end result. Look forward to representing the Grey Death Legion next weekend at a local event. Oh, they look good. Oh, they look good. Oh my god. These look fucking great. Really? This is... oh man. This is a super, super effective version of that gray Tiger Stripe camo. And I'm loving the basing. I love how it echoes the simple gold that you've chosen for the cockpit glass. I love this paint scheme, because this paint scheme is not super complex. This paint scheme is not lost in trying to pull every single detail out of the model. It has some effective focal points, it has a good color balance, and then it has a nice, clean, slick camo that reads very well. And then you're letting the shape of the mechs do most of the work. The silhouette. These came out fantastic. Teal Security, like, we're looking forward to seeing your entries, man. We're holding you to the highest of standards. I hope you know that. We're going to scrutinize so close. So close. We're going to scrutinize way closer than the judges. So I hope you're ready for that when you are inevitably forced to share with us. Paradox, these... Damn. Damn, bro. Well done. Here we have from Project Dark Fox. Not much in the way of 2D art today. I had some brain drain days where working was really hard. Did do a couple pieces last Friday, but I can't post them here if I want to ensure that you don't get banned off of Twitch. Oh, Dark Fox. Instead, I'm catching up on some terrain painting. Most of this is not finished. Needs a lot of dry brushing, some texture paste on a few elements, but I also need to dig out my grass turf to really make all the terrain and the 6 FDM printed clan wolf mechs on the left really pop. Once the mechs are given turfing, I'll go in for a closer shot. Left to right, Mech Warrior 4 Mad Dog, Mech Warrior 4 Conjurer, Stone Rhino, Mech Warrior 4 Warhawk, Sun Spider, Glass Spider. Some little terrain bits in there too. A little bit of Delta base, you know. We got some mechs back here. We got some of Vergaderum's trees, you know. We got some Hextech hills back here. We have some monstrosity from the Magistracy of Canopus, no doubt. Just lording over these poor mechs, who, like, I mean, we're gonna need Gypsy Danger to take on something of this size. This Canopian monstrosity is easily 500 feet tall.
Girls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling.
250 feet. 250.
Maybe it's just my allergies.
No, I guess that'd be like 400 feet tall. Because these guys are going to be on average like 45, 50 feet tall. You're about like up there. 50, 100, 150, 200. 200 to 225 is going to be my guess. Yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't miss it. Most of this has been a bit more of a rush job than I would like. I'm going to sneeze. I'm not going to sneeze. This is very disappointing to me. Come on, sneeze. It's just going to come shooting out of my face when I'm not expecting it and I'm totally unprepared for it. And Let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. Here we have from Mr. Altier just a bit more to do, but it's essentially done. King Arthur is ready for war. Oof. Speak for the Imperium, Arthur. I am loving this paint scheme. Loving the blue on this. What is this? Did we ever decide what the hell this is called when you have like half of a skirt hanging off your ass? They call it a comma for clone troopers, but I don't think it's necessarily the same thing. There has to be a word for it. There are words for everything. But I have no idea what this would be called. Just a half skirt. It's the ass. Yeah, it's an ass skirt. There we go. It's like an ascot, but you know, it's an ass skirt. The silver and gold combo is lovely. Is this a helmet custom? Is it modified? I don't recognize it. It fits very well, but I'll be the first to admit that I am not totally up to date on all of the whatchamacallits, the Adeptus Custodes sculpts. So I'm not good at picking out the bits from... Oh, it's a biker helmet modified. Okay, yeah, I was under the impression that most of theirs were taller than this. But I like the kind of shorter look on him. And such a wonderful electric blue. I love what you've done with the basing, too. Being able to mix in these fall colors, and this is a good example of composition. These sort of fall colors, the fallen leaves, balance out and kind of reflect the gold accents that you have up here on the armor. That is a gorgeous figure, Altier. Gorgeous, gorgeous figure. Here we have from Cyber Knight Magnatorius Maximus, our very own Metalcore Collectibles. I was hoping to get the Ruffian finished as well, but I already felt my painting drive faltering as I was finishing the second Hermit, so I'll just chug along on that for the rest of the night and hopefully have everything ready to do the STL sampler with physical Hermit/Ruffian release tomorrow instead of tonight. Look at that bad boy, though. And that's a pair of 15s and then a 20. Yeah? I really like the way you've designed your LRMs on these guys. The sort of the swept up angle with the vent in the back. It's unique. And of course very cleverly designed so that you can use the same chassis and just swap out the part. Yeah, the stacked pods are particularly nice. I like how one is slightly offset from the other. Damn right you helped, Sumitha. And, man, the fact that these are going to be samplers and they're already better than most of what's available. Gorgeous work. And guys, honestly, you can hit !Metalcore in chat to get a link over to Metalcore Collectibles. Go check out his work. Honestly, go check out his work. He's going to be selling STLs soon. He has some really amazing 6mm sci-fi stuff. The entire catalog for Operation Lancaster, which is going to be getting released soon. Some amazing mechs that you can either play as their stats in Operation Lancaster, or they're also designed to proxy really easily for existing Battletech mechs. They are so fucking posable, and he has so many vehicles. Each and every one of them has multiple options, and he might have a bit of an addiction to magnets. So not only will you be able to make multiple variants out of his kits, you'll be able to magnetize them so that you can hot swap them on the fly and really get the most bang for your buck. And speaking of bang, the Dio done. I can thank Thunderhead in part for the way the Dio played out. Originally, I was just going to paint it as a scene with the sun providing the light source, but Thunderhead commented during a Storm report what he envisioned an OSL from the lantern and cigarettes. Did I say that? Was that? I mean, that sounds like something I would say, but I didn't realize that comment was the inspiration for this. That was the challenge. I needed to try out OSL. Never done this effect before. I kept talking myself out of it, but thanks to me, apparently. You've never... I didn't realize that. I didn't realize you'd never done this effect before. I would not guess that, based on how well you've done this. Now that, oh my god, now that the light is touching the human figure too, now that we have his arm illuminated, I love how it's just catching here and the edge of his finger. I love the kind of, I'm getting like a moonlight highlight over here. It's very subtle, obviously, but it's still being able to pick out the details. The tip of the boot here, catching just the end of the gun barrel, and then, yeah, the cherry. I similarly, to Data Nerd, I would have assumed that you had done this many times before. I did not realize this was your first time doing OSL. I did not realize that an offhand comment about what would look cool inspired this. But man, you took the baton and you ran the whole fucking marathon with it, man. Look at this. I mean, particularly the shadow composed of unrelated objects forming the woman reaching out her arm. Like this is inspired. This is just wonderful. This is gorgeous. This is absolutely gorgeous work. For a first time, I hate to be the guy, you know, who does this to you, but I'm just gonna say it. I can't wait to see what you do next. I mean, you know, let's appreciate what we've got here. Let's take a moment. Let's have a breather. Let's bask in our own achievement here. But I can't wait to see what you do next, man. I gotta say, because this is some of the better OSL I've seen. The fact that all this is handmade too, and that we've gotten to see this from the very beginning. Also, the water effect you were talking about, yeah, kind of easing the rougher water into something a little stiller and then keeping the bits around the pilings. This worked out really, really well. God, this is gorgeous. This is Gus Schultz, if you haven't posted this in the community showcase yet, please do so on the Discord, because I'm going to want to look at this some more later. That is fucking gorgeous. Here we have from Grim Nation Hobbies. Might as well redeem those Twitch points. This is what the This Just In was for. Here's an idea I am working with. I want to have a better way to showcase a single paint. This is my test of how I might do such a thing. This model is a showcase for cadmium red medium. The belly of the beast uses the paint as a base color and worked up, while the main body uses the paint as the main tone, choosing proper shades and highlights. Digging the idea, just curious how others would feel seeing the same model painted over and over again with different colors, but then again, how many Space Marine videos are out there? Nothing about this seems like a negative to me. If anything, this is a great way to show the versatility of a single color when used well. And particularly when judging colors, seeing it on the same mini, the same bust is... you know... It's like why I encourage people to share their work. When you painted a model, you know what it was supposed to look like. You know what it looked like before you started. You know what you did right. You know what you would have wanted to do better. You know where your mistaken brushstrokes are. And other people don't know those things. Other people are just getting all of it at the same time as one image. They've never seen the mini without paint on it before a lot of the time. They don't know exactly what techniques you use. They just have the final product to judge. And you can take some of that away, which I think is good for paint comparison, by doing the same bust over and over. I know what it looks like with red on it. What does it look like with green? What does it look like in blue? What does it look like in metallics? But it gives you that anchor, that context, that central sort of pivot point to work around for judging the paint itself rather than the paint job. I think it's a great idea. And also, really, really nice job. For again, just showing off what cadmium red medium can do. God, cadmium red is so fucking gorgeous. Yeah, no, I think it's a great idea. I would run with this. Do a series of them, and let's see them. Absolutely, Grim Nation. Here we have from Punexpected. I have no idea what's going on here, so here's a picture of Pearl X Linseed Oil. This is the duochrome blue-red mixed. Pearl X and linseed oil. Duochrome blue-red mixed. Well, that came out interestingly. Is this the thing now? Is this the thing now? Fucking Grim Nation's doing it. Steel Rebel's doing it. Punexpected's. Am I gonna have to mix my own paints just to be in the just to stay among the cool kids? I try so hard. I try so... You have any idea how much work it is to be this cool? Way too much, honestly. And I'm getting diminishing returns at this point. I'm starting to question the worthwhile nature of it. I try so hard to be as cool as Stila, to be as cool as Grim Nation, as Punexpected, and they keep pushing the damn envelope. I don't know. I don't know what to do with y'all. Goblin Welder, welcome in, man. It's good to see you. You know what, Desert Owl? I do have that. I can hold that. I'm gonna hold that over Punexpected and Grim Nation and Steel. I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, how many models did you design this month? How many models is that, Grim Nation, that you designed in the 3D space and then printed? That's the best I got. Oh, here we have from Asri. Sometimes you wanna paint, but just go to the Ren Fair instead. When there's a Ren Fair, oh, stylish. Oh, so stylish. Man, that is a nice sort of, what would this be? There's a word for this. I feel like maybe doublet, but at the same time I feel like those might have sleeves. It's a jerkin. Okay. Thank you. I mean, it could be described as a vest, but I felt sure there was a more precise term for it. And that looks like genuine leather. I'm loving this, the oxblood collar. That is fucking gorgeous. I like the clasps in the front. Got some nice matching bracers and good looking boots. Very, very fine. Very fine, Asri. I don't remember sunglasses in the historical record. Yeah, that's that's always what breaks you out of it when you go to Ren Fairs I mean, you know, other than the people dressed like they're in fucking Mad Max, and the people who are just dressed in modern clothing a lot of the time. But like at your average reenactment, it's always what breaks you out of it. It's like this perfect costume, and then someone's rocking like some progressives, you know? Just needs a box to... Yeah, that would be the only thing. To put you in the full Captain Morgan Asri is just a box. Seriously, though, this sort of ox blood on the turned-back collar, this is a gorgeous, gorgeous jerkin. Really, really nice. I hope you had fun. I haven't been to a Ren Fair in years. They're a concession to get good light. Yeah, seeing, as it turns out, is pretty damned important. You know? Dress as Star Trek and go to Ren Fair. You know what, Grim Nation? There's always somebody, man. There's always somebody. Here we have from Automat Americana. Finish the tank, so it's time to reveal what it is. It's an A3 Augustus. 1 AC5, 2 AC2s. Ew, AC2s. But modified to look less silly and more grounded. This version is with my modified turret for a custom build that ditches some unneeded cargo capacity and crew for a machine gun and ammo. I also nearly killed Tinkercad making it. Seriously. How that chassis is an 8,276 kilobyte model, wow, really? 8 megs? Is beyond me. In other news, why would you write that in kilobytes? Why you trying to... I'm like, KB, what unit of measurement is that? It couldn't be kilobytes, and then I realized, no, okay, it is. In other news, I finally got to paint something I modeled, in this case, my executive extraction vehicle. I'm proud of how the main coat came out. Gloss varnish over black wash over black contrast paint over gunmetal metallic. Really looks like car paint in person, complete with that sort of pearlescent sheen. It does have a very particular sheen to it, car paint. Also happy to report that the front grille prints just fine, though painting it was a panic. Because 8.2 megabytes is, yeah, that's too hard, right? I have not been to the one in Larkspur. I've heard good things about it, but I moved back to Colorado and then the pandemic happened, so I just haven't done any of those things yet, but, you know, hopefully in the next year. I can see what you wanted to tone down here. It's a bit extra. It's a bit extra with the angled tread pods and the weapons that are sticking off in the like this ridiculous triangular configuration. So yeah, we've toned the autocannons down, we've integrated them into the turret, we've eased the tread pods down into something that makes a little bit more sense. I appreciate that you kept the front end of the main chassis mostly intact, because I really kind of like that. The 3 viewports arranged around the half hexagon. Have to go early, by April it's too hot. Yeah. In Arizona? Yeah, I would imagine. And then this bad boy right over here. God, that printed really, really nice, and I do kind of like that pearlescent effect you got there. It comes across a little bit in the picture. I'm sure it comes across much, much better in person when you can move it around. Oh, and you're doing it on a clear acrylic base, you monster? Oh, Automat. I'm sorry, I resent clear acrylic bases because I've tried to use them many, many times thinking they were a good idea, and I have never managed to do them in a way that I actually liked the final product of. But man, that sculpt is cool. That tank is looking pretty badass too. I've been talking a lot about Command & Conquer. Reminds me of something out of CNC. It has a lot in common with a mammoth tank. You know? Gorgeous. Gorgeous sculpting work, Automat. Here we have from Sumatha, Operation Lancaster Thunderhead exclusive preview. Bit of an update from Pyralis, a few days old already, and this was still doing some color testing on the final art piece for Operation Lancaster. Colonel Ann Lawrence is invisible here, but she'll be in the final image. If you look to the bottom right corner, you'll see that we're starting to get a handful of the details added in just to get a mild idea of what it'll be like in the end. Oh, yeah. Okay. Because, yeah, it's very, very general, broad blocking the last time we saw it, but we can see the picture really starting to be refined here and here. And extrapolating this out to the rest of it, this is going to be a gorgeous work of art, particularly once the dragon gets refined a little bit more. I love the details are starting to appear here with the horns and the little frills coming out behind the ears. Gorgeous. Always rock clear bases. You are a bit of a madman, Automat. A bit of a madman. Soon! Yeah. The feeling. We're into the final stretch now, only a handful of TRO articles and 1 image above to go. And this project will be completed. I know that Thunderhead and a handful of others will know far more than everyone else what this particular image represents. but I figure it's worth sharing nonetheless. Also, holy shit, the tiny teaser video I threw together in way under an hour has already gotten over 1K views in like 11 days. What the hell is this thing gonna get when it goes live? Yeah. It's such a good piece of art, too. The cover art. I like so many things about it. It reminds me of like Where's Waldo, which I used to obviously study incessantly as a kid. How it's like this big image and there's all this stuff going on, and then as you zoom in on little parts of it, there's always just little details. Little scenes playing out, little bits of action. It's pretty exciting. I think people are really going to like Operation Lancaster Sumitha. Here we have from Merlin Models, this 2nd edition veteran Space Marine captain is being painted as an Ultramarine for March for McCrag. I thought the model deserved a classic color scheme. It's not finished yet, but I'm very happy with the blues so far. Oh, I like this. This tickles my nostalgia bone. I've been thinking lately, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do it. This is my favorite pattern of bolter. This is what was later titled the Godwin Diaz pattern bolter. They gave it to the Sisters of Battle, and they canonized it by saying that it was it was a smaller pattern of bolter that could be used by an unaugmented human, which is why the Sisters use it. But really, it's just what the bolters originally looked like for like Rogue Trader up through 2nd edition. And it's always been my favorite. And I had this wild thought the other day of taking the Godwin Diaz, as it is now known, pattern bolter, and stretching it out and adding some details to it to make it usable on the new Primaris intercessors. But I'm gonna take that idea and I'm just gonna knock it out of my head onto the floor. Cause I got too much other shit to do. I'm not gonna do 40K. Now, all of that self-talk aside, I love these classic Space Marines, and I love that you're doing it in the classic colors, complete with the red bolter and the gaudy yellow for the gold. Merlin, this is lovely. I enjoy me some old Hammer, man. There's just so much charm to these old figures. They've got so much character packed into such a tiny little space. And I mean, like, they had to work within so many restrictions. Like, this is a flat cast. So you can see his arms are extended out to the side and his head is turned to the side. Because when you cast it flat, you want everything to be in one plane. You don't want lots of depth. But to then get, kind of a cool pose where he's like looking in one direction, holding his weapon with his fist cocked back. They really had started to, as much as one can, master the flat cast right before they started making the multi-part styrene sprues. Lovely work. I'm going to say one thing, Merlin Models. This red could be a little bit more vivid, and I only say that because you're going for the old Hammer style. I'm just seeing like a little bit more orange in this red. A little bit more saturated is what's really going to push this over the line. Good detailing, though. Really nice detailing on things like our little undersuit pieces here, the connective tubing and whatnot. Gorgeous work. Here we have from White Wolf, Sinister laughing. Should I join all the others in posting food? Seems like that's a theme tonight. That's not food. It is a gorgeous printer, though. Look at that thing all together. My God. I feel so inadequate. Oh, with the cable chains and everything? Holy crap. That's right. It lives. Boom. Bet your printer can't do 1,000th of a millimeter for accuracy. To be fair, it doesn't need to, but no, it can't. What? Can it print? Hell no. I'll finish the calibration tomorrow. Oh, and those are stock profile settings. I will tune it later on. Oh my God. Oh my God, White Wolf, you're an absolute monster with this thing. For Setup Sunday, finally did look underneath with it all. How did it finally look underneath with it all? Aggressively blinking red LED lights isn't blinking aggressively anymore. I suppose that's good. Something about it being annoyed about incorrect configurations at the time. Funny what happens when you don't have the config installed in the MCU, aka the black PCB that is appropriately called the Octopus control board. No magic smoke or sparks either, which was nice. Yeah, that's not magic, that's burning. Voltages were even where I needed them to. It was nice. Look at that. Look at that. It's almost like somebody did it on purpose. That's a gorgeous machine. I mean, I'm just going to con you into printing things for me at this point. I hope you realize that, like, you've done this. This is entirely your fault. I need something. Oh, shit. I was going to... Oh, fuck. Hey, Scalable. How's it going? How you doing? What's up? You having fun? Did you have a good stream? I hope you did. You rated me like... I'm in like the last 30 seconds of the stream. I was thinking to myself too, like, I wonder if I can raid Skelebi. You fucking beat me to it. Well played. Well played, Skele Egg. You got me good. Coming in here. Fucking gangbusters. Skelebi, I hope you had a good stream. Swear I'm not a simp. That's good. That's good. I don't need any more simps. I've got way too many simps. As it is. It's absolutely terrible. Well, we're right. We are right at the very end of the stream. We do an art review segment every stream called the Storm Report. I'm literally at the end of it right now. We just went through all these, taking a look at painted models, at some costumes. Splintered Brush posted this shit. Look at this. Look at this. It's fucking ridiculous. It's so pretty. It's so, and using desaturated yellows, no less. Just lovely. We looked at some food, we looked at some battle mechs, we looked at some 40k terrain. We got all kinds of stuff in here. Look at this. Look at this. We got like a galaxy battle mech coming together. Oh my god. And then Skelebi. Then Skelebi rolling in, bringing her people, and dropping that sub. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll do you. Since you came over here, I'll show you what we were working on for the actual painting part of the stream. How about that? We have 8 of these little angel minnows. Let me zoom in here. From Maelstrom's Edge. That I've been working on getting painted up, and we did the base colors for the minnow itself, which that still needs a bit of work, and then came down and worked on the bases and did some of these green crystals for these new printed bases that I've been working on, kind of developing my method for doing what might look a little bit like Tiberium to you if you're, you know, as old as I am. Nico Mata 76, thank you so much for the follow. Skelebi, thank you also so much for the support. Thank you for bringing your people in. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for the subscription. Absolutely means the world. I apologize to the raiders that we are about to raid you into yet another person's stream. But you know, I'd love to see you all again if you felt like dropping a follow and coming back. We do stream 3 times a week. Yeah, I think I did a better job on those crystals than I did on these. I'm kind of working on my oil process for doing the crystals. These ones need to be punched up a little bit more, and I need to do some glow effects on the angel minnows themselves. But we got 8 of them to this point today, so I'm feeling pretty good about that. Maelstrom's Edge is a great game, and these are all Skelebi. These are the bases I've been working on this week. These are my 3D printed ones. You've seen me post some of the images of this to Instagram. Yeah, we'll just keep it going. We'll keep the raid going. Hivesbane, thank you also so much for the follow. We're getting dangerously close. We're getting dangerously close to 2K when I am gonna actually have to give some stuff away and have my my Vader finished. For those of you who don't know, at 2,000 followers, we are going to be hosting a giveaway of our snazzy new round of Thunderhead Studio dice. Look at these. Look at these. Oh my god. Oh, they're lovely. I really like how these ones came out. These look better than the first round of dice that we had done. And we will also be giving away a pair of Vaders for those of you who might play Star Wars Legion. We have been doing some OSL work in painting our Vaders with oil paint, and working our way up to the courage required to dig into the limited edition Star Wars Celebration Vader, which I have one of. And for the 2K Celebration stream, we're going to be raffling these off for people's Legion collections, and we're going to be painting the limited edition Vader and applying everything that we've learned over the course of that process. Dark Vodare. I buy that, Nico. I'll roll with that. Sure. Need to do a Vader bust too. Grim Nation, damn it, get the... What are you still doing here? What even? What even? Alright, where am I? Oh, we are, though, at the end of our stream for tonight, and I am about to go get something to eat. So why don't I get... Why am I so out of focus? Oh my god. Oh, I swear to God, I'm not, like, out of focus in real life. Don't look at my blurry face and think, wow, what a strangely blurry man. Hang on. Of all the times to fix this. Has to be right now? Whatever. Whatever, we'll just deal with it. Let's see who's doing what and see if we can't raid you someplace that is gonna treat you right. Damn it. Damn it, I was gonna raid you. I can't believe you've done this to me. I hope you realize, Skelebi, this means war. 46 and 2 is painting. I feel like most of the people who I usually raid are like getting ready for Adepticon right now. Let me see what 46 and 2 is up to. Really? A 30-second commercial? Oh god, fuck Twitch. I just want to know what he's painting before I do a raid over there, that's all. Come on, 10 seconds. What is this even for? Insurance? Get the fuck out of here. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, 46 and 2 is... Looks like he just got started and he's working on some... 30k Space Marines? Some Horus Heresy Space Marines? He's a good dude. Why don't we go ahead and get something going on over there right quick? Wham and bam. Let's start that off, and away we go, ladies and gentlemen. Locus and Gelmax, thank you all for joining me tonight, and a huge thank you to... We got a lot of raids tonight. And honestly, thank you all for bringing your people here. Thank you for being a part of our community. Skelebi, thank you so much for the consideration. Thank you for hanging out in chat, and also thank you for the raid. Thoroughly appreciated. We will be back Tuesday the 22nd. We'll be doing some more oil painting, probably continuing to work on Maelstrom's Edge. Thursday the 24th, we will be doing 3D sculpting and modeling, working on some 3D printable miniature bases. Sunday, it says no stream. That's a maybe. My wedding anniversary is on the 28th. So I'm either gonna miss Sunday or I'm gonna miss Tuesday. I'll have that nailed down by this Tuesday. So that's a 50-50. That's either going to be Sunday or Tuesday, folks. Oh my god. Thank you guys. Thank you to everybody who posted to the Storm Report. I always love seeing your art. And as always, a huge thank you to my incredible mod team, without whom none of this would be even remotely possible. I'm going to send you guys over to 46 and 2. Make a little noise. Check out his stream. Drop him a follow if you feel like it. I got to go get something to eat. So until next time, folks, keep on painting.